disperazione degli esseri e prendendola su di noi con una visualizzazione facile che ora spiegherò, è come se questi dolori annullassero la nostra esagerazione sul nostro dolore, sulla nostra sofferenza. Immaginiamo di fronte a noi una sterminata marea di esseri viventi, esseri umani, esseri animali, insetti, pesci, uccelli, spiriti, e non solo di questo pianeta, di tutti gli universi. Li immaginiamo per comodità in forma umana, ma sappiamo che in questo momento possono essere appunto insetti, eccetera. Tutti questi esseri come noi cercano di sfuggire dalla sofferenza e di ottenere la felicità e la pace. Immaginiamo che mentre inspiriamo, prendiamo su di noi tutte queste difficoltà, questi problemi, il loro karma negativo, lo prendiamo su di noi, immaginiamo che entra nel nostro corpo come se fosse una polvere nera velenosissima, come se fosse insetti, animali repellenti, neri, insomma tutto quello che di peggio si può immaginare che debba entrare nel nostro corpo, ci entra, perché noi inspirando estraiamo dal respiro di tutti questi esseri, estraiamo tutte le loro sofferenze. Quando queste sostanze estremamente indesiderabili arrivano all'altezza della chakra del nostro cuore, che è anch'esso oscurato dalla nostra personale esagerazione di sofferenza, dal nostro personale egocentrismo, dai nostri difetti karmici, dalle nostre malattie, dal nostro essere mortali e averne paura, tutto questo, ecco, lo immaginiamo nella forma di un mucchietto di polvere nera che qua all'arrivo delle sostanze nere degli altri si dissolve improvvisamente, così come si dissolvono al contatto con la polvere nera del nostro cuore le sofferenze altrui, rimaniamo pervasi da una specie di esplosione di luce bianca che rappresenta la purificazione completa di tutti i nostri e altrui problemi. Questa luce bianca la doniamo con la espirazione, espirando, la doniamo a tutti gli esseri che abbiamo già ripulito, appena ripulito dalle loro sofferenze. Quindi c'è questo ciclo continuo. Assorbiamo le sofferenze altrui, sia le loro sofferenze visualizzate come sostanze orribili, sia le nostre sofferenze visualizzate come polvere nera al cuore, si dissolvono in luce bianca al contatto le une con le altre. Il nostro corpo è pervaso di luce bianca, questa luce bianca la doniamo a tutti gli esseri in forma di infiniti raggi laser che escono col nostro espirare e arrivano a loro. Ok, questa meditazione la facciamo per 10 minuti, però vi farò un richiamo tra 5 minuti perché così possiamo approfondire. Anzi, ve lo faccio subito il richiamo. Per chi la conosce già un po' meglio, ma per chi non la conosce già è quasi impossibile che in un solo ciclo, inspiro, espiro, riusciamo a visualizzare tutto quello che ho detto. Quindi non importa, non c'è bisogno, soprattutto non forzate il respiro che quello fa male. Col nostro respiro normale, via via che inspiriamo queste sostanze tremende dagli altri esseri. e via via che espiriamo, magari ci possono volere 20 cicli di respiro finché abbiamo tutto il quadro, diamo tutto agli altri esseri. Ok? Ricordiamoci che più, più sostanze terribili attraiamo dentro di noi, maggiore è l'acquisizione di luce bianca, purificazione, gioia, felicità, karma positivo, capacità di aiutare gli altri, perché la forza del karma negativo, delle malattie, delle sofferenze, delle torture, della fame, delle guerre, della terribile condizione degli animali negli allevamenti, tutte queste situazioni. Ovviamente anche il problema del Covid, che non è solo e tanto un problema di malattie, ma un problema di conflitto sociale, di schieramenti contrapposti che si odiano tra di loro. Quindi tutte queste cose molto negative sono dissolte dalla nostra pratica. Se la nostra pratica è profonda, è determinata, è coraggiosa, è tutto dissolto. E questo dissolve insieme anche il nostro egocentrismo e tutto ciò che crea in noi infelicità e malattie. Quindi non c'è niente che debba essere escluso da questo nostro assorbire le sofferenze altrui e donare tutte le qualità positive. Ok, grazie. Grazie mille. Dunque, ora cominciamo ad addentrarci in qualcosa che non riguarda più solo la coltivazione del buon cuore in generale, ma riguarda ciò che fa di questa base di buon cuore una realtà efficace nell'aiutare noi stessi e gli altri. Allora, che, la realtà che noi vogliamo è una realtà in cui siamo protetti dai pericoli e aiutati nella possibilità, nelle nostre capacità di agire per noi stessi e agire per gli altri in modo positivo. Questo è quello che nella tradizione buddista in generale, non in particolare in quella tibetana, ma in generale si chiama rifugio. Allora, cosa c'entra il rifugio con il tradizionale Buddha, Dharma e Sangha? C'entra perché non è il rifugio che cerchiamo quando siamo bambini piccolissimi. Quando siamo bambini piccolissimi, cosa cerchiamo? La mamma, la pappa, la casa, che se il fratellino ci picchia, qualcuno ristabilisce la giustizia, che se a scuola abbiamo problemi, i genitori ci aiutano. Queste cose molto infantili che ci portiamo dietro per tutta la vita e che purtroppo rendono dissonante la nostra pratica del rifugio, perché da un lato abbiamo questa attitudine veramente molto infantile e purtroppo non abbastanza utile. Se fosse utile, se bastasse avere fare questa ricerca per ottenere quello che vogliamo, benissimo, ma non funziona così. La mamma non è quella che speravamo, il papà non è quello che speravamo. Via così di seguito, i compagni, le cose della vita, andiamo incontro continuamente a disconferme e a incertezze. Questo cosa fa in genere? Rafforza il nostro infantilismo. Allora, quando si tratta di prendere rifugio in chi ha effettivamente, perché questa è una realtà, ha effettivamente superato ogni tipo di sofferenza e ha effettivamente ottenuto ogni qualità positiva, perché ci sono questi esseri, proprio io ne ho incontrato uno l'altro ieri e ho avuto una situazione, un incontro molto importante l'altro ieri online con una di queste persone. Dicevo, nell'incontro con questo ideale, noi sentiamo una dissonanza e diventiamo bigotti. Essere bigotti non serve a niente, non fa praticare. Cioè, se sei bigotto, non pratichi, proprio 1 più 1 fa 2. Da bigotto non si pratica. Allora, queste sono riflessioni che dobbiamo portare avanti molto, molto, molto a lungo, articolando in tanti modi. Ora io vi voglio leggere un testo molto bello su questo punto di Pema Chodron, un libro che si chiama Accogliere l'inaccettabile e ci dà innanzitutto delle dritte pratiche splendide e poi comunque ci fa anche un po' ridere. Ok, la parte che ho scelto è oltre alla zona di comfort. Ah, scusate, questa Pema Chodron è una monaca di tradizione tibetana che ha studiato con maestri anche molto controversi, uscendone sempre meno controversa lei, con grande limpidezza, con grande profondità. Va bene, molto anziana ormai. Allora, il testo che ho scelto si intitola Oltre la zona di comfort. La zona di comfort è quella che dicevamo che il bambino vuole la mamma, eccetera. Più siete disposti a uscire dalla vostra zona di comfort, più vi sentirete a vostro agio nella vita. Nelle situazioni che un tempo suscitavano paura e nausea, diventerà più facile rilassarsi. Al contrario, se rimanete sempre nella zona di comfort, questa tenderà a diventare sempre più stretta. Allora, qualche anno fa, ora lei prima ha scritto questo breve riassunto, adesso poi parla un po' più, non, un po' più distesamente. Qualche anno fa scrissi una lettera ai miei studenti in cui chiedevo dove cercassero rifugio. Quando le cose si fanno dure, per esempio quando vi sentite spaventati, soli, arrabbiati e tutto vi crolla addosso, il momento è difficile, in che cosa cercate rifugio? Di solito non ricevo risposta alle lettere, ma questa invece convinse un sacco di persone a rispondermi. La trovarono una domanda molto utile perché dovevano ammettere, cosa che non mi sorprese affatto, che nei momenti difficili cercavano rifugio in Netflix, nell'abbuffarsi o in altri tipi di intrattenimento o distrazione. Lo scrivo a fine della sessione, Daniela, lo scrivo sulla chat. I praticanti del buddismo, per piacere ascoltiamo adesso, I praticanti del buddismo tradizionalmente parlano di rifugiarsi nei tre gioielli. Il Buddha è il nostro esempio, il nostro modello, la nostra ispirazione. Il Dharma è l'insegnamento del Buddha e degli altri esseri risvegliati come lui. Il Sangha è la comunità di persone che percorrono come noi il sentiero del risveglio. Tuttavia, quando ho chiesto ai miei studenti, quindi a studenti buddisti, dove cercassero davvero rifugio, molti di loro ebbero l'onestà di ammettere che non era ai tre gioielli che si rivolgevano per prima cosa, optavano piuttosto per ciò che è facile e consueto. Trungpa Rinpoche descriveva molti tipi di rifugio come nevrosi di conforto. Quando i neonati hanno bisogno di consolazione, magari si succhiano il pollice. Quando invece le cose diventano difficili per noi adulti, ognuno di solito ha una propria versione del succhiarsi il dito. Quindi la domanda da porsi è: qual è il mio pollice? Io ne ho tanti comunque, uno non mi basta mica. Mi è capitato questa sono io, non è il testo, ora è il testo. Mi è capitato di leggere un libro dal titolo True Refuge, Vero Rifugio, di Tarchin Hearn, un maestro della Nuova Zelanda, nel quale gli racconta che ogni mattino al suo centro le persone recitano un canto in cui si rifugiano nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Poi però lui chiede loro di pensare meglio a ciò in cui cercano rifugio nella realtà quando le cose prendono una brutta piega. Supponiamo che sia nei programmi in streaming. Il suo consiglio allora è dire le cose come stanno. Quando state per schiacciare play, giungete le mani e dite: cerco rifugio in Netflix. Se la vostra passione è il cibo, quando state per aprire il frigo, giungete le mani e dite: cerco rifugio nel frigorifero. Oppure: cerco rifugio in questo panino al burro, bla bla. Per andare ancora più a fondo, ho trovato utile un modello che descrive il processo di crescita ideato dallo psicologo sovietico illeggibile Vygotsky negli anni 30 e sviluppato da un gruppo di educatori di Boulder, Colorado, dove ho sentito per la prima volta l'espressione accogliere l'inaspettato, accogliere l'inaccettabile. Questo modello può essere rappresentato da un... Ecco, qui, e questa è l'indicazione pratica molto importante per tutti noi, ascoltate bene. Questo modello può essere rappresentato da un diagramma che mostra tre cerchi concentrici. Il cerchio più interno è la zona di comfort, quella del bambino piccolo. Attorno c'è la zona di apprendimento o di sfida, mentre il cerchio più esterno si chiama zona di rischio eccessivo. Ora, lei non lo scrive, perché adesso lei si inoltra in altre considerazioni e noi abbiamo poco tempo, benché poi appunto vi convenga leggere tutto il libro. Però il punto è che la zona di sfida, il cerchio intermedio, la zona di apprendimento, la zona di sfida, questo è il rifugio del Dharma. Cioè il rifugio del Dharma, da un lato, se non è apprendimento, non è Dharma. Cioè se quello che cerchiamo nel rifugio, ecco, è la conferma di tutti i nostri deliri, che le cose vadano bene, cioè tutti i nostri film fantasy che ci facciamo, che troviamo il marito, che i bambini siano bravi, che tutto questo non è rifugio. C'è anche una tara che aiuta coloro che pensano che il rifugio sia questo. Va bene, li aiuta, ma per poter andare avanti velocemente. Ok, e quindi il cerchio intermedio intorno a quello della zona di conforto è una zona di sfida. Ora vi leggo cosa ne dice lei. La zona di apprendimento è quella in cui ci spingiamo oltre la comodità. Mettiamo che abbiate un problema con l'avarizia. Potete entrare nella zona di apprendimento decidendo di regalare qualcosa di molto piccolo. Non c'è bisogno che sia chissà che. Non c'è per esempio, per chi di noi è discepolo di Lama Zopa, non c'è bisogno che riesca, ed ha il problema dell'avarizia, non tutti ce l'abbiamo, ma qualcuno ce l'ha. Cioè non c'è bisogno che immediatamente diventi come Lama Zopa, che fa, come dice lui, oceani di offerte. C'è bisogno che esca dalla sua zona di comfort. Se la sua zona di comfort è, per esempio, fare le offerte rituali, questo parlo per me, per esempio, per un tot io facevo le offerte rituali con le 7 coppette in 2 file, certo, ma solo acqua, non ci mettevo i fiori, non ci mettevo le luci, non ci mettevo il cibo, non ci mettevo niente. A un certo punto ho capito che potevo permettermi di essere un pochettino meno avara, cioè avara di energia, avara di fantasia. Ho cominciato a metterci fiori, andare a cercare i fiori di stoffa più belli che sembrano veri, ne ho comprati anche di molto costosi, poi eccetera eccetera, i lumini, questo e quest'altro. Per dire, l'importante è fare un passo avanti rispetto alla zona di comfort. È quello il rifugio che ci permette poi di andare al terzo anello, che è l'anello lei lo chiama zona di rischio. La zona di rischio può anche essere eccessiva, cioè fare come i pazzi, ok. Ma la zona di rischio è dove effettivamente il cambiamento avviene. Dice il Lama, che non so mai pronunciare, Samsara Rinpoche, se vi lamentate che la pratica formale non ha prodotto nessun miglioramento nella vostra vita, io mi domando perché vi siete dedicati al buddismo. Cioè, quello che deve succedere nel buddismo è proprio che la vostra vita va a catafascio. Questa è la zona in cui cambiare è difficile. In questa zona, nel terzo anello, quello in cui cambiamo, abbiamo degli aiuti che non ci si potrebbe nemmeno immaginare da parte dei Buddha. Questo è il rifugio quando dico prendo rifugio in Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, perché nella maggiore crisi c'è la maggiore trasformazione e nella trasformazione Buddha si permette la qualunque verso di noi, si permette di dimostrarci cose incredibili, inconcepibili. Va bene, basta. Ce l'ho fatta in un quarto d'ora, questo era quello che dovevamo fare in un quarto d'ora. Adesso facciamo la pratica formale a cui avremmo dovuto in questi 3/4 d'ora avvicinarci sempre di più, perché abbiamo stabilito una buona base di buon cuore, una certa base di buon cuore. Abbiamo riflettuto genuinamente, sinceramente su cosa sia il rifugio. Ora possiamo fare la pratica formale di rifugio. Buonanotte, prima che trovo. Ok, scusate, ci metto un secondo. Aspettate, prima mi scrivo il titolo del libro, Daniela?
Sì, grazie.
Scusa che è scritto un po' senza maiuscole, eccetera. Ok, bene. Questo non è. Questo non è. Ok. Questo non è. Beh, forse. Eccolo, ho trovato. Eccolo qua. Condividi eccolo qua. Ok, viene un po' malino, non capisco perché non vuol venire bene. Ecco qua, ci siamo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, non vuole aprirsi, rimane piccolo. Prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Il Dharmakaya è il motivo per cui possiamo diventare Buddha, cioè perché la nostra mente è incorrotta, non macchiata da tutti i nostri difetti mentali. Comunque non abbiamo tempo, dobbiamo sbrigarci. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, ripetiamo altre 2 volte, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ora recitiamo il mantra che in qualche modo riassume la nostra buona motivazione e la unifica alla capacità di tutti i Buddha di applicare una compassione vittoriosa che veramente toglie le sofferenze a tutti gli esseri. Questo è il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Recitiamo poco. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene, ora invece ci dedichiamo alla connessione con una forma di Tara. Vi dicevo prima, Tara è quel tipo di emanazione, è quel tipo di rappresentazione della mente, corpo, parola illuminati che aiuta nei casi più assurdi, anche con le richieste più inappropriate, aiuta e basta. Tradizionalmente ci sono 21 tare, poi ce ne sono anche molte altre, ma le rappresentazioni sono così: 21 tare, di cui la 20ª è quella che guarisce dalle epidemie. Ora qui vedete, ecco, qui vedete la rappresentazione di questa 20ª tara arancione. Tiene in mano un vaso che è il vaso della medicina con cui guarisce tutte le epidemie, e quindi noi ora meditiamo la sua forma luminosa, raggiante, che... Per piacere chiudete l'audio, per piacere, chi è che ha l'audio acceso? Lo spenga. Dicevamo, questa forma luminosa, raggiante, ci protegge da tutte le malattie, guarisce da tutte le forme epidemiche soprattutto. La capacità di questa tara è molto legata alle forze della natura. Infatti è chiamata anche la sceta ricoperta di foglie, di erbe, eccetera, capito? Bene, ora recitiamo la parte del suo mantra che non necessita di trasmissioni, iniziazioni, eccetera, cioè Om Tare Tuttare Ture Soa. C'è anche il mantra specifico di questa tara, ma io, non essendo un lama, non vi posso dare una trasmissione. Om Tare Tuttare Ture Soa, 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 Om Tare Tare tu re so a. Dal corpo di questa tara si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che toccano tutti gli esseri e li guariscono, eliminano il loro karma negativo, danno loro la possibilità di entrare velocemente nel sentiero e percorrerlo fino ad ottenere l'eliminazione completa di tutte le sofferenze. Ora qui c'è il problema che, ecco qua. Bene, meditiamo un attimo su questa visualizzazione, raggi di luce che entrano nei corpi di tutti noi e di tutti gli infiniti esseri, proteggono da tutti i tipi di sofferenze, in particolare dalle epidemie. Dobbiamo essere serenamente sicuri che questo succede. Non si tratta di accendere un cero alla Madonna con questa specie di avidità, voglio ottenere no, noi facciamo la connessione con Tara, l'Oma Jomma, l'atleta vestita di foglie, facciamo questa connessione con questa Tara e tutto sarà sistemato nei modi e nei tempi in cui gli esseri ne hanno bisogno. Anche le cose negative, anche le situazioni apparentemente tragiche sono un modo perché gli esseri maturino il loro karma negativo, lo abbandonino e trovino il modo di accedere nel sentiero. Quindi ora facciamo la dedica composta da un grande Mahasiddha che aveva appunto salvato da una epidemia un monastero, i monaci di un monastero tibetano di scuola Sakya, componendo e facendo recitare loro questa preghiera. Spero che riusciate a leggerla perché qui non mi si apre. Ah, fantastico. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai butta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive. Il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora abbiamo pochissimo tempo, recitiamo l'essenziale delle dediche, sono molte e bellissime, ma non abbiamo il tempo di farle tutte, ma l'importante è questo, che con queste dediche che stiamo per leggere sigilliamo la purezza della nostra pratica. Finora la nostra pratica è stata pura. Quando la pratica è conclusa ci rimane in mente qualcosa che non è puro. Oh, che brava, ho fatto la pratica, che noia questa pratica, cioè rimangono in mente, sorgono pensieri non puri che inquinano il karma puro che abbiamo generato con questa pratica. Per evitare questo, siccome sorgeranno questi pensieri, sigilliamo la pratica con le dediche perfette, cioè la dedica di ottenere il pieno risveglio. Possa la preziosa mente dell'illuminazione, che non è ancora sorta, sorgere, quella già sorta non declinare, ma accrescersi sempre più. In tutte le mie vite, mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri, possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato del Buddha fondamentale, Vajradhara. Ora recitiamo per la lunga vita di due emanazioni. Io prima vi dicevo, l'altro ieri ne ho incontrata una, ho avuto a che fare con una di esse, ma non è né Sua Santità il Dalai Lama né Lama Zopa Rinpoche, che sono altre emanazioni dei Buddha, per i quali adesso dedichiamo. Tu che sei, per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, tu che sei il gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, sorgente di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilimente gentile e supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere una lunga vita e i tuoi santi esseri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Tu, ora per la Zopa Rinpoche, tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la vittoriosa dottrina di Mangiusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre sublimi, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Bene, ci siamo, ringrazio tutti, non so come si fa adesso. Ah, Ani Ciampatashi, ciao, ciao
Buongiorno,
cara.
Sommo, buongiorno. Grazie della tua pratica. Ho seguito soltanto
Grazie
le
a
ultime
te
parti.
e abbi buona pratica ora, c'hai un'altra ora anche te,
Sì,
vero?
anch'io
Stiamo
ieri.
scegliendo questa soluzione.
Sì,
Mm.
perché volevo fare un po' di meditazione con i ragazzi.
Esatto, guarda, anch'io, ma non lo sapevo che tu avevi scelto pure un'ora, poi l'ho visto, però veramente questa mezz'ora è troppo stretta, quindi se
Sì, ma io
possiamo facciamo.
fino adesso ho fatto questo perché sono stata indaffarata nel mio trasloco. Ora mi sono trasferita qui alla Pieve e ho lasciato il mio posto di ritiri che stava vicino a Volterra. E quindi adesso mi sono trasferita qui alla Pieve di Pomaia.
Ah,
E
sei alla
quindi,
piede?
ecco, sì, non
Sì.
ho avuto molto più tempo di fare più che di mezz'ora, però quando riuscirò, se non sono in giro, farò sempre un'ora, così possiamo fare meditazione, stare con i ragazzi.
Ok,
Va
va
bene.
bene, ok, ok, poi ci rivediamo la prossima volta.
Ok,
Ciao, grazie.
grazie da lei. Ciao, buona
Ciao, ciao.
giornata.
Ciao ciao.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie, grazie. Allora, siamo qua per la nostra meditazione, ma per la nostra pratica del sabato, che come sapete si ripete in questi giorni in cui siamo molto disturbati da questa pandemia che ancora ci porta a difficoltà, ma per tutto un assieme di cose, senza entrare nel sottile. Ma è quindi quello che noi vogliamo, che desideriamo, non dobbiamo mai dimenticarlo, dobbiamo ricordarci che il nostro desiderio è quello di essere felici. E non tutti hanno questo desiderio, pare, però generalmente noi pensiamo proprio così, tutti gli esseri desiderano essere felici e non sperimentare sofferenza. E allora noi cerchiamo di fare in modo che sia nella nostra pratica, sia in quello che noi facciamo, diciamo, pensiamo, ci sia un pensiero di amore verso tutti gli esseri senzienti che non riescono ad essere felici. E allora il primo pensiero che va proprio a tutti gli esseri è quello che veramente realizzino la condizione di liberarsi dalle afflizioni e ottenere la felicità. Ma parliamo di una felicità, non quella provvisoria, la vera, la grande liberazione dalla sofferenza, il nirvana, l'illuminazione. Allora, quindi oggi abbiamo un po' di tempo e staremo un po' insieme, fatte le preghiere effettive preliminari che sono la nostra buona motivazione, ma poi andremo a fare una piccola spiegazione sul tema della nostra pratica di meditazione e poi faremo una bella meditazione insieme di circa 30 minuti, così da riempire questa nostra mattinata con le nostre pratiche, le nostre preghiere, la nostra meditazione più che altro. Allora, prima di tutto, andiamo a generare come nostro d'uso la la buona motivazione e andiamo a fare la preghiera che libera Sakya dalle malattie, proprio quella specifica per le malattie infettive, come questa, come la pandemia. Andiamola a leggere insieme per 3 volte e poi reciteremo insieme il mantra di Buddha Avalokitesvara, che è il Buddha della compassione. E nella recitazione pensiamo che una luce bianca si diffonda intorno a noi, davanti a noi, e proprio il Buddha della compassione sia qui e sia con noi nel nostro cuore, in modo che quello che noi diciamo, Mani Padme Hum, sia davvero il desiderio di liberarci dalle oscurazioni afflittive, oscurazioni alla conoscenza, ed ottenere veramente la liberazione da questo. Allora recitiamo insieme per 3 volte la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakine. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakine. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakine. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. E ora andiamo a recitare per 3 volte la preghiera effettiva. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possono qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come il macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte ed etiche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano con le menti degli esseri che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhutas, degli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, indipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellaio, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono e il loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificate, che il corpo e la mente abbiano risplendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possono, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che giorneggiano improvvisamente e le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificate, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru, dei tre rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Benissimo. Adesso restiamo qui con questo suono di quello che abbiamo detto, perché a volte quello che si dice sono soltanto parole che entrano dalle nostre orecchie, che escono dalla nostra bocca, ma non sono sentite con il cuore. E questo è veramente un peccato. E ricordiamoci che noi facciamo la buona motivazione perché desideriamo che il nostro scopo, cioè proprio la motivazione vera e propria, sia proprio quella di avere l'amore per tutti gli esseri. Purtroppo, essendo completamente coinvolti nel nostro io, nel nostro ego, nel volere la felicità per noi e non voler fare esperienza di sofferenza, noi ci dimentichiamo degli altri e non pensiamo che gli altri sono proprio come noi, proprio come me. Questo essere che ho di fronte è proprio come me. Desidera avere la felicità e non sperimentare sofferenze di qualsiasi genere. Allora, adesso, con questa motivazione, che è stata un po' amplificata in tutte le parole che abbiamo detto, andiamo a portare l'attenzione al respiro. Quindi lasciamo andare le parole e ascoltiamo il respiro, il nostro respiro che entra dalle narici ed esce dalle narici, riempie il nostro corpo e lo svuota ogni volta. E quindi lasciamo andare tutte le distrazioni, sediamoci in modo corretto con la schiena dritta Sentiamo il nostro corpo rilassato, quindi non appoggiamoci allo schienale della sedia, ma cerchiamo di stare con la colonna vertebrale perpendicolare. Chiaramente chi è seduto sul cuscino ha più possibilità di avere questa postura, quindi c'è una buona respirazione. Rilassiamo il corpo e portiamo l'attenzione al respiro. Nel caso in cui pensieri, ricordi, preoccupazioni tornino alla mente, ci disturbino, ci distraggano, noi ce ne rendiamo conto e li lasciamo andare, ritornando nuovamente all'attenzione dell'aria che entra e dell'aria che esce. Vi prego di spegnere il vostro microfono, per favore. Ora che la mente è più tranquilla, più quieta, portiamo l'attenzione al nostro desiderio di essere felici. Ma nel dire essere felici significa avere serenità, non avere l'inferno nella nostra mente. Vuol dire non pensare che tutti i nostri desideri si realizzano, ma pensare che la nostra vita sia veramente piacevole, bella, piena di cose importanti. Pensiamo a questo nostro desiderio e come spesso questa condizione viene disturbata da un'infinità di ostacoli, di fattori. Andiamo ad osservare questo. Ora che abbiamo concretizzato correttamente questa nostra realtà, osserviamo che anche la persona che noi amiamo, la persona con cui ci troviamo bene, con cui vorremmo passare buon tempo, un amico, il compagno, la compagna o un nostro parente, un genitore, nostro figlio, nostra figlia, pensiamo a questa persona cara e comprendiamo che anche questa, così come noi, desidera essere felice nello stesso modo in cui vorremmo esserlo noi stessi. E ci auguriamo che questo possa realizzarsi. Diventiamo consapevoli di quanta gioia ci dà il sapere che le persone che noi amiamo sono felici, stanno bene, vivono una vita gradevole, piacevole. Ora osserviamo che anche le persone che per noi sono neutre, pensiamo per esempio alla cassiera di un supermercato che spesso incontriamo, il giornalaio, l'autista dell'autobus che spesso prendiamo, o anche un nostro vicino di casa che non sviluppa in noi un affetto particolare, ma che ci è neutro, ma che anche egli e tutte queste persone che sono per noi neutre abbiano lo stesso nostro desiderio e lo stesso desiderio della persona che a noi è cara. Ci potrà sembrare un po' nuovo, strano questo modo di agire mentalmente verso queste persone, ma senza entrare nel desiderare che tutti siano felici, ma pensiamo semplicemente osservando in modo palese, in modo logico, che anche questa persona neutra, queste persone che per noi sono neutrali, desiderino avere la felicità, così come lo desideriamo noi, e non desiderino sperimentare disagi, malessere, insoddisfazione. Portiamo l'attenzione su questo. Ora andiamo a fare un passettino in avanti, saliamo un gradino un po' più su e andiamo ad osservare che anche la persona che noi chiameremo difficile per noi, un collega di lavoro, un vicino di casa che ci ha detto qualcosa che non ci piaceva, o qualcuno che in passato ci ha danneggiato, senza entrare nei particolari, ma andiamo ad osservare che così come noi, la persona cara, la persona neutrale, anche questa persona difficile desidera essere felice, perché gli spetta, perché è molto naturale che desideri, anche se per noi questo diventa una modalità difficile di vedere sotto questo aspetto la persona. Generalmente vediamo le persone difficili, le persone che ci hanno danneggiato come dei nemici, come delle persone che ostacolano, che disturbano la nostra serenità, la nostra felicità. Lasciamo andare per un momento questo e dedichiamoci semplicemente a una pura e semplice osservazione. Anche questa persona che io chiamo difficile desidera avere felicità, buona salute, soddisfazione dalla vita. Cerchiamo di impegnarci e di vederlo, questo aspetto. Non ce lo nascondiamo. Anche questa persona che a noi non piace desidera essere felice. Adesso, con un po' di impegno, mettiamo il seme di quello che sarà poi chiamata la pianta dell'equanimità. La nostra pianticella dell'equanimità può nascere solo se noi mettiamo il seme nel nostro cuore, come si mette il seme nella terra per far crescere un germoglio e poi una pianticella di orzo, di grano o di qualsiasi altra pianta. Così pure mettiamo nel nostro cuore il seme dell'equanimità, che ancora non è equanimità, ma è la causa dell'equanimità, perché sarà un grande vantaggio avere in noi questa capacità di essere equanimi. Allora pensiamo di piantarlo nel nostro cuore e pensiamo questo, diciamolo mentalmente a noi stessi. Io desidero essere felice. La persona a me cara desidera essere felice. La persona a me neutrale desidera essere felice. La persona che per me è difficile desidera essere felice. E tutti gli esseri di questo mondo, compresi gli animali e tutti gli esseri che non vediamo, desiderano essere felici e non sperimentare sofferenza. Entriamo con impegno in questa azione di piantare il seme dell'equanimità nel nostro cuore. Sentiamo come se ci scendesse dalla cima del capo questo piccolo seme, questa sfera, ed entrasse nel nostro canale centrale e arrivi nel chakra del nostro cuore, proprio lì, al centro dove tutto è morbido, dove tutto è ricettivo, ricettivo, ricettivo. Lì, mettiamolo lì. Pensiamo che tutti gli esseri di questo mondo e di tutti i mondi che noi non conosciamo, proprio come noi, desiderano essere felici. per far sì che questo seme abbia nutrimento, dovremo alimentarlo e lo alimenteremo con la compassione, sentendo o almeno avvertendo, così come avvertiamo dispiacere quando noi soffriamo o soffre la persona cara, proviamo a metterlo anche nelle persone che sono neutre e nelle persone che ci sono difficili, che ci rimangono difficili. E quindi impariamo già da adesso a nutrire con la compassione questo seme, altrimenti non crescerà. Se noi siamo sempre chiusi nel nostro io, nel nostro ego, a me interessa che solo io e le persone che voglio bene siano felici degli altri, non mi interessa, avremo commesso un grande errore perché non nutriremo questo seme. Invece è molto importante, prima di tutto perché ci dà agio, ma anche perché esso svilupperà amore verso tutti gli esseri senzienti. Allora proviamo adesso a nutrire questo seme dell'equanimità con la compassione. Mi dispiace, questo è il pensiero che noi faremo, mi dispiace quando gli esseri avranno esperienza di sofferenza e sarò felice, gioirò quando le cose gli andranno bene, quando le cose andranno proprio come loro hanno desiderato, che non hanno danneggiato nessuno, e quindi gioiamo per le felicità e i successi altrui. Quando questi sono fatti con l'etica del non danneggiare, questo in noi porterà veramente gioia. Allora proviamo a pensare che ogni loro successo, ogni loro esperienza di felicità sia per noi fonte di gioia. sviluppiamo pazienza per questo seme che avrà bisogno di tempo e quindi di essere alimentato ancora, ancora e ancora. Non pensiamo di avere terminato il nostro lavoro, ma pensiamo che abbiamo messo già il nostro seme nel nostro cuore. Gioiamo per questo, pensiamo che tutto quello che abbiamo su cui abbiamo riflettuto, che abbiamo meditato, sia veramente la causa della nostra equanimità futura. Abbiamo bisogno di impegno. Allora, in questa ultima parte della meditazione, sviluppiamo gioia per quello che abbiamo fatto, perché per qualcuno questa è una novità. E quindi abbandonando rancori oppure individualismo, noi ci apriamo a quello che è la possibilità di essere felici davvero, di gioire anche dei successi altrui. Riflettiamo su questo e facciamo qualche minuto di meditazione prima di passare poi alle dediche. Pensiamo proprio di gioire per questo seme che abbiamo piantato. Noi abbiamo fiducia nella nostra pratica, non abbiamo speranza, ma abbiamo fiducia nella pratica. Adesso facciamo una breve dedica per questa meditazione che abbiamo fatto, che poi andrà ad aggiungersi con le dediche che faremo alla fine. Pensiamo che possano tutti gli esseri avere la felicità e le sue cause, che possano tutti gli esseri senzienti essere liberi dalla sofferenza e dalle sue cause, che possano essere inseparabili dalla felicità, priva di dolore, e che possano tutti gli esseri senzienti dimorare nell'equanimità, separandosi dall'attaccamento e dall'odio, dall'essere vicino ad alcuni e distanti da altri, così come lo desideriamo noi. Che questa meditazione possa essere la porta di uscita da una prigione che si chiama io, che si chiama ego. Questa è la porta di uscita e ci porterà sul sentiero che ci condurrà alla liberazione dalla sofferenza. Gioiamo per questo e lo dedichiamo a tutti gli esseri senzienti, che possano finire tutte le guerre, le dispute, i conflitti e che possano, una volta per tutte, tutti gli esseri senzienti avere la pace, avere cibo, avere acqua, avere medicine e tutto ciò che occorre per vivere in serenità. Dedichiamo a tutti gli esseri la nostra meditazione. Facciamo un bel respiro profondo, diamo segnale al nostro corpo che abbiamo terminato la nostra meditazione e sentiamoci veramente parte di questo mondo così difficile ma anche così bello e importante. E questo dipende dal nostro modo di vedere le cose. Dipenderà proprio da noi. No, non dipende da quello che ci accade, da quello che abbiamo o dalle parole che ci vengono dette. La felicità proviene da noi, dal nostro cuore, da quello che noi ci abbiamo messo dentro, anche se le cose sono difficili e non sono proprio come noi desideriamo. Allora andiamo a concludere la nostra pratica di questa mattina andando a leggere le dediche che generalmente leggiamo. Quindi andiamo a leggere adesso quelle che sono le preghiere che pacificano il pericolo delle armi. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime, trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso Ayagriva Irato, Tara completamente pure e così via, il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi e del prosperare nelle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalle sofferenze intense, conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano del karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possano aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una sura. Da ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri a quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati, che muoiono, abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù, fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia buono di auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima e pura della natura, le cause ed effetto sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del Guru, divinità, sigillo della mente, dei reali sublimi, possano queste pure e intense preghiere essere realizzate. Bene, andiamo adesso a leggere invece le preghiere della paura e della carestia. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. Le assemblee di condottieri Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, pratica Buddha, Guru, Ida, Dakini e guardiani del Dharma, delle 10 lezioni, divinità della ricchezza, Yaksha, i signori dei tesori insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di un protettore. Quindi, al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalla sofferenza, della fame e della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cadano a pioggia tutti i piaceri attraenti necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria, diretta e così via nella terra delle nevi di questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazioni e così via. Per favore, fa crescere i cereali, reali culture, che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere di aver fatto intense richieste con la vostra supplica e con la vostra forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa leone della malattia, dei cambiamenti e della carestia essere pacificato e possiamo noi possedere una lunga vita, felice e libera dalla malattia, per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e dei loro figli, per la forza dell'infallibilità di causa ed effetto, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso diffondersi e aumentare e possano tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. E così adesso andremo a leggere tutte le preghiere della dedica, che sono praticamente un completamento di tutto quello che abbiamo fatto, proprio per fare in modo che tutto quello che abbiamo detto, pensato, meditato, venga veramente a realizzarsi, proprio così, come lo desideriamo. Andiamo quindi a leggere le strofe di dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema Bodhichitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca, a causa d'effetto e origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che queste 2 sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti, i malati possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più e senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata da guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico vittorioso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losantrampa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, che era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato il yoga dei 2 stati della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte delle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri esseri come della mia stessa vita. Possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal Samsara, possa io dimorare nel Samsara per aiutarli, e anche io, se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione, possa io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori, soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordarmi, anche toccandomi o parlando con me, possano tutte le sofferenze di questi esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci sempre felicità. per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere da una parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere da una parte, ottenere lo stato di piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola, che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Come le Rome Shunchis, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire il loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici virtù, con la dedica considerata suprema vittoriosi dei tre tempi, di tutti i vittoriosi che sono superati, non avere, dei tempi, avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni di ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei tipi di meriti, dei tempi da me stesso e degli altri, possano i insegnamenti del vittorioso Rosan Trampa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Facciamo adesso la dedica per la lunga vita di Sua Santità della Lama e per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possa tutti i santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente e rimanere fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangianà, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e di tutti gli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Bene, grazie a tutti. Io vi auguro una buonissima giornata, un buon weekend, fatta di amore e di cose importanti. Dedichiamoci anche al frivolo, ma dedichiamoci anche a cose importanti e vedremo che le cose importanti, quelle che ci hanno dato magari un fastidio, un impegno, sono proprio quelle che ci fanno crescere. Quindi vi auguro una buona giornata e non so a chi lascerò il mio testimone perché al momento non vedo nessuno. Allora, ma non so, forse se la sessione che viene dopo è sguarnita. Comunque, noi speriamo di vederci presto e ci vedremo poi alla fine, l'ultimo weekend a Ferrara, così come per chi segue tutti gli incontri su WhatsApp, e veramente cercate di essere felici, di fare tutto il possibile affinché tutto sia utile per la vostra pratica.
Ciao.
Ciao a tutti, ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. Veramente vi ringrazio molto, siete stati molto carini oggi a stare con me e quindi di aver partecipato e condiviso queste
Grazie a
cose.
te, grazie di cuore.
Ciao a tutti.
Grazie,
grazie.
ciao,
Grazie,
grazie mille.
ciao.
Grazie. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Grazie, grazie.
Ciao, ciao.
Grazie, Tassi.
Hello, everybody. Oh, there we go. Hello, everybody. Chenrezig's a bit crooked, so there you go. Let's fix that. Okay, dokie. So, welcome to Kathmandu. and we've had a couple of really cold days. So finally today the sun came out, because it's been very wet and very cold. So very happy to see the sun. And what is the news? Well, we've still just turning down from the peak COVID here, the Omicron, 88% of the cases were Omicron. A couple of friends came visiting actually from foreign countries, and they both caught COVID very quickly, almost immediately they arrived. One thing I noticed about the Nepalis is although they do introduce restrictions, obviously they try, but basically life continues. And I really don't know. I think nobody knows, but maybe through the power of all the prayers that have been done here constantly, and then through the blessings, the holy objects, and just, you know, certain amount of immunity that people seem to have here, seem to be doing quite well. So yeah, so we do have people getting sick. Probably nearly everyone has been sick. Somehow I haven't registered being sick yet, but most people have been sick. But we're not having a lot of deaths, very few deaths. Although I went to Pashupatanas, where they cremate the bodies, a few days ago, and there were many corpses. So I'm not sure how to reconcile that. It's possible that there are more deaths than being reported. Possible that, you know, people are being said that people are dying of other things. So I'm not too sure. So I don't really want to get into that too much. But anyway, that's the situation here. It's been cold, it's been wet, and today it's starting to clear, so we have less pollution. And I'm sure that it's very busy at the stupa. So maybe I'll go later. Got 4 sessions, but this particular session, just planning to do it in the room. Okay, and there is a special dedication today, and the Nalanda Monastery are doing a special puja. So let me just see if I can pull up the name for that person, because the puja is going to clash with these sessions. So I won't be able to join it, but I'd like to be able to just make a dedication for that particular person. Okay, it's Christina Russo. She's 51 years old, so she's much younger than me, in America. She lives in San Francisco and Boston. So she's in extreme pain, and she's been suffering since surgery went wrong in October 2018. So the Nalanda Sangha will be doing puja for her, but since I'm not able to join as I'm doing these sessions, I'd like to just mention that special dedication for Christina Russo. I also like to mention a special dedication for my dear friend Rowena Maya, the ex-director of Santa Fe Center, who just passed away. It's very special to all of us. Yeah, so that's very sad. And then another special dedication for Lama, whose mother passed away and who has been very sick herself. Now, I've got 4 sessions, and they're spread out a bit. So as I say, I might go to the stupa later, but right now I'm focusing on turning the prayer wheel, and I'm going to start the 4 sessions with the motivation, and I'm going to recite Rinpoche's motivation from transforming the mind into a bodhichitta motivation for this and all future lives. Then we'll go into the practice, recite the money, and turn the prayer wheel. I have actually have 2 prayer wheels. I have a small prayer wheel and I have a big prayer wheel. So I'd like to turn both of them. So that's trillions and trillions and trillions of Om Mani Padme Hum. Then even if I don't need the sessions very well, or not well at all, but I mean at least the prayer wheels are turning, and that's dedicated to the sentient beings. And then I'll just do a very quick dedication because we'll be coming back soon again to do more sessions. Okay. So the motivation. So please visualize either in the crown of your head or in space in front of you, whatever's more comfortable, your root guru, the ordinary aspect. But you must be aware that in reality, this is all the Buddhas, the 3 times 10 directions, taking this ordinary form in order to guide us. And the recite the motivation. As we recite the motivation, you can think that nectars and light rays descending, and they clear away the obstacles in our mind by being able to understand the meaning of the words. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy dharmas of scriptures and realizations, principle of all those Aryas intending virtue, to the glorious holy Gurus, and go for refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles, till I achieve a state of elimination, development, Buddhahood. Please bless me, just like Shinonozan and Taktungu, to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and action. See whatever is done as pure, and accomplish whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richness is difficult to find and easily perishes. That action and result are so profound, and evil gone transmigratory beings, and the suffering the evil gone transmigratory beings is so difficult to bear. And to therefore go for refuge in the depths of my heart, to the 3 rare sublime ones, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Abandon negative karma and accomplish virtue according to Dharma. In dependence upon that, if no achieve merely the higher rebirth of Deva or human, I will have to experience suffering endlessly in Samsara, due to being under the control of the unabandoned disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, by reflecting well upon the way of cycling in Samsara, please bless me to follow continuously, day and night, the path of the 3 types of precious trainings, the principal method to be liberated from Samsara. In dependence upon that, even though I achieve mere liberation, please bless me to see that there is no sentient being, the 6 types, who has not been my father and mother. And thinking I must fulfill their purpose, I turn away from the mind seeking the lower happiness of nirvana. Generate the precious thought of enlightenment, bodhicitta, by equalizing, exchanging myself with others, and follow the conduct of the conqueror sons, the bodhisattvas, by practicing the 6 paramitas, and so on. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, even though experiencing the sufferings of samsara for a long time will not upset me, please bless me by regarding sentient beings with extraordinarily unbearable compassion, to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings, by protecting my vows and samaya at the cost of my life. May I quickly accomplish the unified state of Vajradhara in just this one brief lifetime of degenerate times. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. I give up my body, enjoyments, and wealth, and even all virtues as 3 times without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. By giving away all, I will pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding, sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it's best to now give it away, sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings, to use whoever they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on, let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down and make fun of me, since I have already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish their every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for those who have entered the path in all lifetimes, and a boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase. Actualize knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth, a wish-granting jewel, and a wish-fulfilling vase. Actualize knowledge mantras, great medicine, like the 4 great elements, the earth, and so on, and like space, may always be the means of living in many ways for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being equaling the limitless sky, may I always be the cause of their means of living in every way until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for as long may I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. Okay, so that is the motivation, and now I come to the actual practice itself. By the great holy being Thangtong Gyalpo. So, all sentient beings around us, as they always are, being aware of that. So, I think they're all experiencing their own different sufferings. They're all in the human form. Since beginning of time, they've been experiencing all these various sufferings without cease. Never one moment when they haven't been experiencing suffering. I have not gross suffering, nor suffering of change, than pervasive or compounding suffering. Not one moment of being free from that. And it will never cease. until we put an end to the causes of suffering. So who is it that can guide us, can explain the method, and help us along the path? There's only Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha abiding in front of us. Therefore, I think we're leading all sentient beings, taking refuge. All sentient beings, when mothers of infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinyas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, when mothers of infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinyas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, or infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, or infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinyas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, of infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinyas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers of infinite like space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinyas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers of infinite like space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinyas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. So reciting the mantra, visualizing that nectars and light rays coming from each syllable, which is making its own sound. So these 6 syllables, which are in reality a manifestation of Chenrezig's holy speech. They are Guru Chenrezig in the form of the 6 syllables, sound of the 6 syllables. So wherever the holy speech is, holy body and mind are there also. So then the nectars and light rays coming, and then purify all the sickness, particularly COVID and all sickness, cause of sickness, delusions, all the negative imprints, karma, negative karmic imprints, gross and subtle. And then the light rays bring all the blessings, Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech and mind. And we are all sentient beings, transform into Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Sitting down, all the sickness, cause of sickness can be purified. Now recite the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kinias, dharmatetas, and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma, its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kinias, dharmatetas, and guardians, and by the power, truth, and infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So dedicate Bodhichitta, and then remembering that this action, doing these prayers, making dedications to beings whom we're praying, sicknesses that we're praying to be dispelled, along with their causes, and we ourselves completely empty and lack of possessing inherent existence, being merely labeled by the mind. And then dedicate for the long life of our gurus, precious holy masters. May they live long, may all the holy wishes be fulfilled, precious holiness, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Okay, I'm going to hand over, and then I'll be coming back in half an hour. Handing over to
Good morning. Good morning. Good
Annalena.
evening, Venerable Sarah. So good to see you, hear you. Hi.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. I hope you have a good half an hour. And good morning, good evening to everyone. I'm Tenzin Taoyang. So grateful to be here from New York City and to continue these precious prayers that we have that have been suggested, offered by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So on behalf of all of those who are suffering from COVID, for all their families, for all the city we live in, for the state we live in, for the country we live in, for this whole world, for all worlds. May we all be well. May we be free from all epidemic diseases. May we be free from suffering. And then for all of those who may, please think about anyone you know who really needs prayers today, who may just have come from the hospital, is in the hospital, who may be close to death, who may have some symptoms of some disease that hasn't been figured out what it is, so suffering with symptoms. This is samsara, but it's the opportunity for me, for all of us, to grow our heart, our minds so deeply in terms of wishing that we all be free from all of the experiences that get in the way of our reaching enlightenment for the way of all sentient beings. And actually, all of these experiences that happen, the difficulties, are opportunities to move further along the path to enlightenment. But may we be all free from suffering. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge, for reliance on the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge. We go in reliance to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely on the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We rely on the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And a third time, we go for refuge. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we will recite the Mani Mantra a number of times, first doing a visualization in whatever form is most workable for you. If you have had the appropriate empowerment, can dissolve into emptiness and arise as a deity. Otherwise, visualizing Chenrezig, small in front of you at about the level of your eye, about 3 feet in front of you, radiating brilliant white light, or can be on the crown of your head, radiating brilliant white light just above the crown of your head. And so you are surrounded by your mother, your father, all beings who are close to you, surround you, and behind you, all beings that you don't know or that you have challenges with, surrounding you and in front of you as far as the eye can see, all with a little Chenrezig, a little bit above the crown of their heads, radiating brilliant white light. And so with this visualization, we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, and I'll recite first out loud and then silently. Please do at whatever pace you are comfortable. We'll do for just a couple of minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And now we will recite a prayer recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, a method to transform a suffering life into happiness, including enlightenment. This prayer, Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommends at the beginning of each day. A method for transforming the mind into holy dharma, and especially into bodhicitta. This is a glance meditation on the Lam Rim, called a direct meditation on the graduated path, containing all the important meanings. This one given to us by Dorji Chang Losang Jinpa. And I will pause a little bit between each verse for us to have time to digest the verse and then move on to the next verse. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy gurus, I take refuge. Please, Guru, bless my path to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path. Oh, excuse me. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedom and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independent upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscuration. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and daughters, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. And now we recite the following verses and meditate on the Guru entering our heart. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And now some verses on how to live our lives for sentient beings. One from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tangpa's 8 Verses of Thought Transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now some verses from Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant. May I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine, curing every disease. A wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need. And a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And now we will begin recitation of the prayer, Liberating Sakya from Disease, and a little bit of backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery in Tibet. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, as we have just done, and proclaimed this prayer that we will do following. after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased, independent upon its performance. Thereby, it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And we have in the little square next to me, put up by wonderful Chenrezig Institute, there is a piece of the tanka of Thangtong Gyalpo, who has created this prayer we will do now, liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And of course, this prayer is also about all the ways that the sufferings due to disturbances of the four elements that deprive not only our individual body and mind, not only all sentient beings' bodies and minds, but our Mother Earth, our precious planet of all peace and may our Mother Earth be in good condition. May our Mother Earth heal well. And we'll repeat the prayer a second time. Prayer liberating Sakya from disease, liberating all of us from disease, liberating our Mother Earth from disease, liberating all worlds from disease. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we will recite the prayer liberating Sakya from disease a third time, liberating all of us individually, our cities, our countries, this world, all worlds, our Mother Earth. May we all be liberated from disease. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. That whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of these names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll recite another prayer given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This one, a request to pacify the fear of famine. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered an alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Hearers, Prateka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, vaccines, love, appropriate actions, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on this whole world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the four elements: untimely wind, drought, fire, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing rains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the power of compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now some dedications. To actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. To meet a perfect guru in all our lifetimes, in all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And to dedicate in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the Sadhura's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now we will seal the merits of having done these prayers and dedications with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you so much. And so we will rest in meditation on emptiness. I welcome Carol, and I thank Chenrezig Institute for doing technology to bring us these beautiful prayers. And I expect Venerable Sarah to be here any moment, as she was taking a brief break, but we will rest in meditation on the prayers, gratitude, emptiness, for ourselves, for those around us, for all sentient beings, for our Mother Earth. And good evening again to Venerable Sarah. So good to see your prayer wheel. Good evening. We're here.
I'm a little bit late. I got distracted, easily distracted. That should be my second name. That should be my first name, actually. Okay. All is good.
All is good.
Can you hear me?
Glad to see you.
Yeah, everyone can see me.
Yes, we can see your prayer wheel, and now we can see you. There we go.
Oh, this is me. Hi. So it's been very cold here. Cold and wet. So apologies. I put my warm clothes on.
Good.
Hi, Carol. Okay, so I'm just going to let the prayer wheels rule. I've got my second one here. You can see this is my baby, my little baby wheel, and that's granddaddy wheel up there. The granddaddy wheel, you know, you to pull the string. It's incredibly easy to turn because you just pull the cord, as you can see. And this one, also you need to use minimal effort and then turn very smoothly. Okay, that's it. So, as I mentioned before, there is a Nalanda Medicine Buddha Puja happening now. So the Sangha, I think 108 Sangha, someone is sponsoring that. The Sangha to do prayers for Christina Russo. So it conflicts with this. So I'm doing this session instead. But let's sort of like give some of our thoughts to join our prayers with the Sangha. Put it all together. One great ocean prayer. And this is just going to be a very straight session. I've got 2 more coming up. I just had one. I've already done the motivation. And I just plan to do the refuge prayer. And then I just plan to recite Om Mani Padme Hum. So let's just bring to mind again that, you know, this is not just this one life. We've had numberless lives. Mind has no beginning. Each time we've been born, we've needed, most of those of us, we need parents. Definitely when we were humans, animals, we needed parents. Even Buddha cannot see the number of past rebirths we've had, and the number of times his present mother and father have been our mother and father. And in fact, all sentient beings in the past have been our kind parents, numberless times, cared for us. And just as we see this time, the parents are always thinking about the children, taking care. So in the same way, numberless sentient beings being kind to us, sacrifice for us, created so much negative karma for us. And due to creating this negative karma, they've had to suffer, and they're still caught in samsara. So now, in order to repay the kindness, we're going to do this practice, which is Guru's advice. There's nothing better we can do. We're going to dedicate all the virtue for sentient beings and imagine them all around us, all in human form, but they're all experiencing the various different kinds of suffering. So there's not one kind of suffering that they haven't experienced numberless times. All the stories that we see, the things that we hear about the various different sufferings, even the most unbearable ones, we ourselves have experienced numberless times. All sentient beings experience numberless times. And we will continue to suffer until we put an end to the cause of suffering. So who is it that can guide us? It's only Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. So now let's imagine we all take refuge together. And particularly in this refuge prayer, we have the awareness that our own mind has all the potential to become Buddha. Our own mind can be fully enlightened, and that's true for all sentient beings. So all sentient beings and mothers with infinite space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Go for refuge to assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Kinis. And go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Kinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So then, having taken refuge, think that white nectar and light rays come from Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha in front. You can think they clear away all the negative karmas, imprints, delusions, all sufferings. And then you can think that you receive all the blessings, all Buddhas, Dhamma Sangha, and you can think you can come under their protection. So visualize in space in front, Guru Chenrezig, inseparable from our root Guru. Aspect is Chenrezig, very magnificent, smiling, and this one face, forearms, so radiant white color, sitting on the lotus disc, and the first two hands at the heart, holding the wish-granting jewel, symbolizing cherishing all sentient beings. Right hand holding crystal mala, reminding us to recite Om Mani Padme Hum, and the left holding the lotus. And the face is very smiling, beautiful. You feel like you just don't want to leave, you don't want to stop looking at the Buddha. But I last week I went down to the Kathmandu on some pilgrimage at Swayambhu and to see one special statue, talking tower. And then I went to Flying Vajrayogini. There's a group of them on the way to Swayambhu, and then I went to Asantol in Kathmandu to see one of the very special Chenrezig statues, which is in the time of King Sansang Gampo, miraculously appeared and has been ever since. So one of the five brothers, one is in the Patala Palace, one is with His Holiness in Dharamsala, and two are in Patan, and one is in Asantol. So I like to go and visit whenever I can. And my experience with all three statues was that just simply looking at them, you never get tired, just never get tired. And I feel a little bit silly after a while, because most people just come and they pray and they offer a butter lamp and then they go, and you just want to keep looking at them. You just being with them. You feel like you're with Tara, you're with Chenrezig, you're with Vajrayogini. Just incredible. And of course, it's the same when you're with the Guru, when you're with Zopa Rinpoche, when you're with His Holiness. You just never get tired of looking at them, being with them. So in a similar way, I think Chenrezig in front. You just never get tired of looking at Chenrezig. There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else you want to be. And Chenrezig smiling very beautifully, very sweetly, great compassion, wisdom, knowing all things, completely attached through compassion to every single sentient being, whether they help, whether they harm, whether they have good nature, bad nature. Chenrezig is just bound by compassion, wanting to help, having all the methods or means to help, all the wisdom. So around us are all sentient beings, our kind mothers, parents, endless times. And then as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, turn the prayer wheel to activate all the trillions of mantras. Seeing that the nectars and light rays descend from Chenrezig, and first of all they clear away all the sickness, all the COVID and all the other sicknesses and causes of sicknesses, all delusions, all karmas, negative imprints, subtle, gross and subtle. That's completely purified. And then think that all the nectars and light rays come and they bring all the blessings of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech and mind, completely filling us and all sentient beings. We all become Chenrezig and we all recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And I'm just going to recite the mantra now for about 10 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Marivana, 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 Mahayana, 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 So we recite the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and butchers, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. The only body beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the spirituals, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma, its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and butchers, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the spirituals, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma, its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and butchers, not occur in the realms of the world. Now, whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, they're like a butcher leading an animal to separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Now, whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of gurus and their sweet jewels, by the power of the kin and his down protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I dedicate Bodhichitta. I dedicate remembering that we reciting the prayers themselves, those whom are reciting the prayers, the action of reciting prayers, completely lacking any kind of intrinsic existence. And we dedicate for long life our gurus, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And I think as Venerable Rabina there, I have to be careful not to hand over too soon, because sometimes I hand over and she's not there. So that concludes the session for me, and I come back in another hour and Venerable Rabina's finished. So until Venerable Rabina appears, I'm just going to recite Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Lizzie, I really love your poster. Be kind to everything that lives. Mani Padme Hum.
Thank you, Venerable.
I'm just filling time till Venerable Rabina appears. She'll suddenly appear. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Thank you.
Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 No. Coming? No. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Yes!
Okay, people, here I am in Stockholm, but Sarah, but I look like I'm in Nepal, but I'm in Stockholm, Sarah. Hello to everybody from Venerable Sarah in Boda now, and everybody else. Hello, people. So I'll take over, shall I? Venerable Sarah.
Recording in progress.
You have taken over.
Okay. That sounds like me. Okay. Good. Hi, people. We're all here. Okay. Let's now. There's a whole bunch of people here now on this. Carol in Wales, and Caroline in Belgium, and Patty. There's Patty, Natalie, everybody. Okay. Here we are in Zurich, everybody. Not Zurich, Stockholm. I was in Zurich. Okay. Now I've got to find the prayer. Okay. Go away. This is no good. I don't want that. What happened? So you people, you've got it on your phone if you like, and you can just, otherwise you can just sit and listen. It's up to you. We do a visualization, and we then recite these verses, and then we alternate with saying manis. Okay. So now, okay, let's visualize the Buddha of compassion. This is from the Vajrayana, actually, and it's the kind of more subtle light body aspect of the Buddha, not the Buddha like in a statue looking like not Buddha looking like a monk. It's from Tantra, from Vajrayana, this aspect of the Buddha. And sorry, I've got things to do. I'm making a mess here. Just a minute. Okay, so we visualize him. This is called the enjoyment body. You see in the statues and the pictures, looking very gorgeous and very radiant, not looking like a monk. He's in this, I call it the enjoyment body. It's more sort of, it's from the Vajrayana. So he's like in the sky, visualize, do your best you can. In the sky, about eye level, sitting on a multicolored lotus. And all of this is like a visual language. On the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, and it's like two flat cushions representing wisdom and compassion. You can't see them. And he's sitting there in this kind of like, it's in the royal aspect of India, kind of multicolored lotus and rainbow kind of silken kind of clothes, sitting full lotus position in cross-legged. And he's got 4 hands. And the first 2 hands are holding at his heart. He's holding a wish-fulfilling jewel in a prayer mudra like that. And the 2 other hands held aloft about the level of his ear. And his right hand is holding a crystal rosary in his left hand. Maybe it's a lotus, I always forget. I forget which is which, I'm so sorry. The pictures here. Forget, right hand is what? Anyway, one hand is, I think his right hand is holding a crystal rosary and the left hand is holding a lotus, yeah. And it's, as I said, it's a visual language. Everything has a meaning, So his face is radiantly beautiful. Everything's made of light and delicious. Should make the mind happy. If we have a spiritual teacher, a spiritual mentor, in Tibetan, a lama, in Sanskrit, a guru, all these mean the same. We visualize it's their mind manifesting as this Buddha for our benefit. Think like that. And then we imagine at his brow is a white Om, and his throat a red Ah, if we know Sanskrit or Tibetan, otherwise the Roman letters. At his throat, at his heart, a blue Hong. So then you imagine this is sort of like our visualization. It's not the real Buddha yet. Think like this. And from his heart, from the blue Hong, radiant beams of light go out to the whole universe, what they call the 10 directions: north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and top and up and down. That's 10. Goes out and hooks the energy of all the actual Buddhas, all the beings who've achieved Buddhahood already. Hooks the energy of their enlightened body, speech, and mind, and all returns with that light, enters back into our visualization of Chenrezig and makes him radiant. Now oneness with the energy of all the Chenrezigs of the universe. Zahung Bam Ho. They become non-dual. Imagine this. radiantly blissful. It's Chenrezig in the sky. Chenrezig, Sanskrit, Tibetan, kind of means something like compassionate-eyed one. Just imagine this. And now we imagine all the suffering sentient beings. All the beings of the universe, in all the realms of existence, but their own particular sufferings. But we see them in the form of human, which is the form they can get enlightened in. So imagine, and then we imagine them all in the three categories of friend, enemy, and stranger. There is no fourth category of sentient being. Think like this, because they're the objects of our three poisons. The beloveds, the friends, the object of attachment. Right in front, the objects of our aversion, anger, those who've harmed us, those we don't like. Right in front. And then to the right, all the rest, the so-called strangers, 99.99% of the universe. All those who neither harm us nor help us. And how do we feel about them? Indifferent. This is the way it is. Attachment to the beloveds, and so we have some love for them. Aversion for the middle lot, the enemies. We don't love them and don't want them to be happy. And then we couldn't care about the others. This is the universe. Again, total fabrications, completely made up. We believe these labels. We believe these labels automatically. As a person we've never met before, we just, it just doesn't touch our hearts. The person who's harmed us, they're vividly in our mind. The person we adore, vividly in our mind. It's just the way we all are, these three poisons. And in reference to sentient beings, it's called friends, enemies, and strangers. Everyone's like this, the ants, the monkeys, the humans. And we take it for granted. And we believe these views. They're fabrications. They're nonsense. Made up conceptions. So on the basis of recognizing this equanimity, this heartfelt recognition that friend, enemy, and stranger, from their point of view, are identical to each other from one point of view. They each want to be happy. They each do not want suffering. This is scientifically fact. It's just that we never think it. So with this in our hearts, we're thinking we want all of them to be free of suffering, all of them to be happy. So we particularly think of those who have got suffering of COVID-19 right now, the Delta, the Omicron, all those variations of this pandemic. Particularly those, but of course everybody else suffering in one way or another from sickness, the body suffering, And then all of the beings suffering all of their own particular experiences of suffering. So now in our little verses here, we say this little refuge prayer. This is from the Sakyas. It's very sweet. Our motivation. So just think it from your heart. To all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. I like to change the words here. It says go for refuge, but it means rely upon. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon. You can say out loud if you like with me. The precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, that means your meditation deities, and then dakas, dakini, are these female enlightened beings or kind of realized beings. And so I like to add in the male ones, and they're called the dakas. So we rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's a very specific Sakya way of saying it. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we're going to say a few manis. We'll sing them first, then we'll say silently. And now we imagine from Lama Chenrezig's brow, he sends radiant beams of white light from the white Om there, like laser beams, and they enter into our brow and every brow of every being in the universe. And we imagine now it totally eradicates all this suffering, the suffering of the pandemic, the suffering of whatever the suffering is, particularly experienced as sickness and suffering of the body. And you think of all the animals, you know, the unbelievable suffering of their bodies, eating each other, being eaten alive, no way to get it better. They live in agony. And all many humans, no matter how many drugs they take, their suffering is unbearable. Just of the body, think of this. So imagine all this light from Lama Chenrezig purifying all of this sickness, taking it away from them. But not only that, it also purifies all the imprints, the seeds planted from beginningless lifetimes of actions we've all done with our bodies to harm others, which is exactly the resulting now in sickness, you know. This is the first, but also experiencing that's the environmental result, but also experiencing the suffering of harming others. So we, you know, we get harmed now by others. Yeah. And even all, so we think like this, even all the, also all the imprints, all the karmic tendencies to harm others, all of this purified, imagining this, wanting this, as we sing the mantra a few times, visualizing all this light coming, purifying us, the karma of our bodies. And then we say silently, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Continue to visualize the white light filling everybody, taking away all the pain and suffering and all the causes of the past actions, the karmic seeds of the past actions that haven't yet ripened to suffering. All of this purified. As we say the mantra silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine full of this light, white light, totally purify all the pain, all the suffering, and all the karmic imprints from past harming. So we keep visualizing this as we say a few more times the verses. No, we haven't said the verses. We will start the verses. A few times we say the verses now. These verses, as it says up here, they're the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha. That means great, powerful one, Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. This Sakya, holy being, there is a picture of him. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds. So we remember this light pouring from Lama Chenrezig's heart, okay, entering into all the suffering people, alleviating their suffering of the body and alleviating all the past causes of harming others, which result in suffering of the body, but which haven't yet ripened. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas. There's all you see the Tibetan Buddhist view of the universe of these different sentient beings. You know, the Tibetan doctors can tell which diseases are caused by certain past actions, but also can see certain things triggered by the presence of suffering, unhappy beings who harm you, you know. May they not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the law of karma, or of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We continue to visualize the white light pouring from the white Om at Chenrezig's brow, entering every single suffering being, all the ones with COVID and all that, and all the other suffering, and all the sentient beings, all of our sufferings of the body, and then all the causes from past lives of other actions, that haven't yet ripened as suffering. Crucially, we have to purify all of that before it ripens. Strongly wanting this for all sentient beings. Om mani padme hum. 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 Imagine the white light completely filling everybody, totally purified. Suffering of the body and all the infinite past causes, purifying the causes of future suffering that hasn't yet ripened. This is why purification is so powerful, to prevent the suffering from ripening. Imagine this, so happy for everybody. So now what we can do is imagine purifying all the speech. So we visualize from Lama Chenrezig, from the throat, the red he sends radiant beams of red light that enter our throat, penetrate our throat and the throats of every being. And this time it purifies all the suffering results of negative speech. So it's really only humans who create the negative speech, but all the countless beings who are animals, they've been humans in the past. So they're going to get the results of that. As we discussed, all karmas have 4 results, types of rebirth, the main result, and then the tendency to keep doing it, the experience of having it done it to you, and the environmental result. All actions have all of these. So imagine here all the results of speech. For example, the suffering result of environmental result of harsh speech is that nothing can grow. You're like born in a desert. The experience similar to the cause of past lying is that people don't believe you. That's when we have that. You're telling the truth, but no one believes you. Think like this, And of course, the tendencies, you want those to purify, and all the karmic results of suffering realms. So wanting this for every sentient being. Red light pouring into all of us, purifying all the suffering results of negative speech and all the past suffering causes, all the past karmic seeds that haven't yet ripened as suffering. Totally annihilated, full of this blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Strongly visualizing this red light, totally purifying all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends radiant beams of blue light, blue like the sky, from the blue hung at his heart, center of his chest. radiating out and penetrating our hearts and every being in the universe, filling us completely, this blissful blue light. And this time, purifying the source of the problems, the misconceptions, the emotional afflictions, the delusions, the misconceptions about cause and effect, the misconceptions about ultimate reality, the misconceptions about, impermanence, all the misconceptions in our mind and the emotional misconceptions, all of these that are not at the core of our being, eradicated. Imagine, free of this. All these delusions are the source of why we harm others and the source of our own suffering. Disappeared into space, full of this blissful blue light. Including the root delusion, the one that believes in the intrinsic me, all gone. Imagine we've all achieved liberation. Imagine. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Blue light filling us, eradicating all the suffering and the delusions. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this blue light, liberated from suffering. So again, we imagine the white light coming, purifying the bodies of all the suffering sentient beings, particularly the pandemic and every other suffering we've all got. All the billions of beings suffering to the bodies, particularly that means animals and humans, of course. But all the causes in countless past lives in everybody's minds, ripening, purifying those before they ripen as suffering. As we say that prayer, these verses from our hearts. This is the meaning of prayer. It means may, aspire, I want, may all this, may that happen, may this happen. Strong intentions in the mind. It's powerful. Everything exists on the tip of the wish As Rinpoche says. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Of course, there's no such person, but Tibetans are very creative. The Indians as well, as from the Vajrayana, really, isn't it? May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. With white light coming, constantly removing the suffering, imagining this, wanting this for sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. So karma is the main cause, the past action, and then when the conditions manifest, that's when the seeds ripen. That's when the suffering ripens. Happiness too. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. I've lost myself. Where does it say? Was it saying the right verse? No, I said something wrong. I can't remember. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now at this time, we imagine purifying the body, speech, and mind. We're now going to imagine receiving all the blessings of all the realizations that come when we purified our body, speech, and mind. So the white light comes from Lama Chenrezig again, entering into the brow of every being. Now we imagine, having purified all the negativity, now we imagine, the body only being healthy, only being completely healthy, and only being able, especially, to be of benefit to sentient beings. Can you imagine even just this one body we have and every being on the planet only able to benefit others? The world will be transformed. Can you turn off Helene, can you turn off your microphone, sweetheart? Thank you, darling. And so imagine not only that, and when we're a Buddha, this is the point, we're on the Bodhisattva path, when we're fully developed, we'll be able to manifest countless bodies throughout the universe to be of benefit to sentient beings. That's the power of Buddhas. So imagine we're full of this marvelous potential, every living being full of this marvelous potential to only be of benefit to sentient beings with our bodies. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this white light. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Lama Chenrezig so happily sends the red beams from his throat, the red eye at his throat, filling us completely with this radiant light, every living being. This time filling us with what they call the power of speech. This is the most powerful gift of the Buddha. Until the Buddha, has a body and opens their mouth and gives us instructions, we can do nothing. Speech is the most powerful gift. And even in our daily lives, we need good speech. If people don't listen to you, they don't value your words, they don't believe you, you can do nothing. You're useless. Your hands are tied. So speech is incredibly important. And of course, how we develop powerful speech is by 1, being silent, 2, not saying negative words, and 3, saying positive words and saying mantra. It's very practical. It's not mystical. So imagine full of this marvelous potential to be of benefit with our speech to sentient beings, leading them all to enlightenment. Full of this blissful red light, every being, the power of speech, such that any sound you utter, even saying good morning, even your laugh, will benefit whoever hears you. This is the power of the Buddha. We all have that potential. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this blissful red light, the power of speech. And now the blue light coming from Lama Chenrezig's blue hung at the heart, entering our heart and filling us with what? The illusions have gone. What else is there left? Virtue, goodness, compassion, wisdom, kindness, empathy, self-confidence. Think about it. It's very simple. Full only of this, especially the wisdom now that sees things perfectly, knows exactly how to benefit others. How amazing. And the bonus, bliss, happiness, joy, pleasant feelings, not a possibility for any other. Think about that. Om Mani Padme Hum. So a few more times the verses, and maybe visualizing light. This time, visualize as we do this, visualizing light coming from all the three chakras together. This is kind of purifying even the subtlest imprints of all the, it's called removing the obstacles to omniscience. Even the subtlest imprints left over. So now we become, imagine now everybody becomes a Buddha, becomes Chenrezig. So white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart, entering each being. And as we say the verses one more time, purifying even the subtlest imprints of all delusions. May whatever sufferings there are, no, wrong one. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, depriving the body and mind, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig coming and above the crown, every one of us in the universe, every one of us, imagine, dissolves into white light. And enters into the crown of every living being. And we imagine that the body, the enlightened, the energy of the enlightened body of the Guru, Chenrezig, and merge with Imagine the energy of the enlightened body, speech, and mind of Chenrezig, enlightened body, speech, and mind of our Lama, our Guru, our spiritual teacher, and our energy, body, speech, and mind, completely merge. Imagine this. And now, just for a couple of minutes, imagine you expand to fill the universe. Vast, clear, blissful, compassionate, wise, no thoughts. As big as space. No thoughts. And now, all the Chenrezig disappear into space, to kind of dissolve into the universe, all the transformed beings. And then we delight and we finish, and we think these seeds we've planted this 1 hour, every single thought we've had, so seeds, how amazing, all these amazing aspirations, these amazing thoughts. May they all ripen in the future as our becoming the Buddha, so we can be of benefit to all suffering sentient beings. And may compassion grow and grow in the hearts of all. And may His Holiness the Dalai Lama and all the holy beings who are practicing virtue on this planet, helping others, may they all live long, long lives. That's it. Who's there now taking over from me? Nobody yet. Who's taking over?
I'm taking back over.
Oh, are you really? Back again?
Yes.
Okay.
Back again. Yes.
Goodbye, dearest nun. Thank you. Goodbye, darling people. All of you, much love. Thank you. Greetings from Stockholm. Bye-bye.
Okay. Hello, everybody. And I'm here at Bodhichitta now. So this is a special offering room at the stupa. So thank you very much, Venerable. And take back over for an hour. Going to mainly be reciting Om Mani Padme Hum and doing Kora during that time. So already done 2 sessions. Our first session I did the motivation. And now this session I'm going to start off by doing refuge prayer, and then I'm going to go downstairs to the stupa, and I'm going to do Kora while reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. So everyone's welcome to come and do Kora around the stupa with me. It's night time, it's around 7:45. I'll be doing Kora till around 8:30, so it's dark. It's not so busy. Today's Saturday, so it's a holiday. Yeah, but there's many people outside. So let's just start by imagining that all sentient beings around us, as they are. And I don't feel I have to say much because, you know, Venerable has just given all the instructions and all the advice. So I'll just focus on the Kora and Om Mani Padme Hum. But we'll start by taking refuge. I can imagine that, well, you can see Chenrezig here. Behind Chenrezig is the stupa, so you can think that the stupa is Chenrezig. In fact, this stupa can trace it back to the tears of compassion of Chenrezig, because it said that one time when Chenrezig had promised to liberate all sentient beings in the lower realms, and one time he went up to Amitabha Buddha's Pure Land, and he looked down and he saw that even though he'd liberated so many numberless sentient beings, there were so many left. And when he saw that, he cried, and those 2 tears came, and he flicked the 2 tears in the air and said, may even these 2 tears prove benefit to sentient beings. 2 tears were born as 2 goddesses in the Deva realm, and one of those goddesses subsequently stole a flower and was banished to earth. And she was the old mother, if you know the story, who built the stupa. And when the stupa was finished, all the Buddhas absorbed into the stupa, and as she says, you can see that this stupa comes from the compassion of all the Buddhas, because all day and night, all over the world, it's constantly liberating sentient beings. So, start off by taking refuge. All sentient beings, all mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Emptiness. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of the unmind, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings and mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Emptiness. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of the unmind, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings and mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Emptiness. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of the unmind, Dhammakaya. So as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, please think that from the stupa, numberless light rays, the stupa, which is Chenrezig, which is inseparable from the Dhammakaya, the mind of the Buddhas. That means they're under the Guru, Sons, and shade. Numberless light rays descend, and they heal all the sickness in this world. Purify those who have passed away due to sickness, and they bring whatever is needed to those who are health workers, those who are working to help those who are sick. But in a more deep way, they purify all the sickness causes sickness, the sufferings causes sufferings, all the numberless sentient beings. And I also think that from the stupa, which is Chenrezig, numberless light rays come, and these numberless light rays are all blessings. Buddha's holy body, switch of mind. In this case, Guru Chenrezig's holy body, switch of mind. Yeah. So those of you not familiar, and this is the stupa here. I'm just going to go down now and join the people doing Kora and recite Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Mani bene, 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 Nani bene, Nani bene, Mani 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 bene, Nani bene, Nani bene, Nani bene, Mani 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 Nani bene, nani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Omani 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 bene, omani bene. Mani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Mani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, Nani bene, omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Omani bene, omani bene. Nani bene, omani bene. Omani 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 bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, nani bebe, omani bebe, nani bebe, omani 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 bebe, Nani bebe, omani bebe, nani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, nani bebe, Nani beme, Omani 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 beme, Nani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Omani beme, Omani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Nani beme, Nani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Nani beme, Nani beme, Omani 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 beme, Nani beme, Omani 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 beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Omani beme, Omani beme, Omani beme, Nani beme, Omani beme, Omani beme, Omani beme, Omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, omani bene, nani bene, nani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, nani bene, nani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, nani 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 bene, omani bene, omani bene, omani bene, nani bene, omani bene, omani bene, nani bene, nani bene, nani bene, nani bene, nani bene, nani bene, omani bene, nani bene, nani bene, nani bene, nani bene, Omani Padme, 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 Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Nani Padme, Omani Padme, Mani beme huma mani beme huma mani beme. Mani beme huma mani beme huma mani beme. Huma mani beme mani beme huma mani beme huma mani. Mani beme huma mani beme huma mani. Mani beme huma mani beme. Nani beme huma mani beme. Mani beme huma mani beme. Mani beme huma mani beme huma mani beme. Nani beme huma mani beme. Mani beme huma mani beme. Nani beme huma mani beme. Mani 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 beme huma mani beme. Nani beme huma mani beme. Nani beme huma mani beme. Mani beme huma mani beme. Mani beme huma mani beme. 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 So this is going to be the last chorus, and then I do the dedication prayers. So remembering this stupa is called the all-encompassing, wish-granting stupa. All-encompassing because it encompasses all Buddhism Sangha, all the Buddha's 3 times 10 directions, abide in the stupa. Wish-granting because whatever prayers you make are fulfilled. So this is a very, very powerful place to recite mantras and to do prayers. And even just seeing this stupa pacifies the mind, can't seek for enlightenment. Even just walking around the super, even without knowing what you're doing, that creates a cause to achieve state for enlightenment. Cease all the sufferings, achieve every happiness. So as you can see, it's 8:30 at night, and it's a Saturday night. There's still so many people that are busy doing Kora. This is where they come for their night out, walk around the stupa, do prayers, make life meaningful. And stupa never closes. It's not like Bodhgaya stupa or some other stupas where there's a gate, it never closes. So 24 hours a day, anyone can come here, anyone can pray, everyone can see, everyone can do Kora, everyone can make offerings, everyone can create the cause of enlightenment, clear all negative karmas, make strong prayers. And so it's called the Great Stupa. Okay, so we're going to recite prayer. We have time for 2-3 prayers. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes and interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally classified. May the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of all sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Or whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes and interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances, the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, their protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes and interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, their protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Some dedicates for Bodhichitta, and then let's dedicate remembering that these prayers, the object when we're praying, the sickness, COVID itself, to doing prayers, dedicating, so forth, completely empty existing from the inside, lacking any kind of intrinsic existence. And then finally, let's dedicate for the long life of all our holy Gurus and all the holy wishes to be fulfilled. So particularly Kyabje Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all our Gurus. May all the holy wishes be fulfilled, may they have long lives, and may all the Sangha be harmonious. I will just do another, just remembering Christina Russo, because the Sangha were doing Medicine Buddha Puja during this particular sessions that I did, so I wasn't able to join, but know that I should be well, free from suffering. Dedicated to Mom and my mother. And thank you very much, Chenrezig. And it looks like San Francisco is beaming in. Okay, let's hear it for the Golden Gate Bridge.
Thank you so much.
We...
How are you?
Yeah, I'm surprisingly, I just can't believe it, but I'm still well.
That's great.
I'd like to know the secret, actually. I mean, people stay in their rooms and they get sick, and I just go everywhere and don't get sick, so I don't know.
What a blessing, Sarah, that you can still go out and I rejoice in what's in your health, your good health. And
But I was joking with my friend last week, that I'm going to be the last one, like 10 minutes before they signed the end of World War I, the guy who got shot in the trenches. I'm going to be the last one to die of COVID. Anyway.
All right. Well, take care.
I hope you're well there. Yeah, lots of love.
Yeah.
Take care. Bye, Carol.
Lots of love, Sarah. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So nice to see you, Mary, Venerable Pal Young, Venerable Mary, everyone here. Thank you to Chenrezig and Alessandro. Thanks, everyone, for joining in the Zoom room and for attending it on YouTube, and especially for all the Sangha who make this happen, for Venerable Damcho who does the scheduling, and for Chenrezig who's kept this going. I apologize for my late arrival. I had some internet challenges this morning. So I was freaking out a bit here, but now we can settle in and maybe start with some meditation to kind of set our motivation. It's this time to come together and to do this prayer-a-thon is just so precious. I think sometimes makes me think about, the busyness that arises in trying to rush and get things together. So much of our lives is filled with this kind of busyness, and it's the busyness that interrupts our mindfulness and our ability to focus and really our power to see things as they are and to not get caught up in the illusions that are samsara. It's not, I guess it's illusion-like. So everything seems very independent, very separate, and we lose this. We just get caught up in that. So let's begin just with a little breathing meditation. So letting go of all the concerns, all the things, the thoughts on your mind, the things you have to do today, or, maybe the things you did today. Just focusing for a moment on the breath. It's breathing in and breathing out. And just letting the attention rest there. And then just thinking, just as I wish to be happy and free of suffering, free of all the, the stress, the hassles, the things that arise, so does each and every sentient being. You can begin thinking first about people who are close to you, your friends, your family, how you want them to be happy just as much as you want to be happy. And then stretching that out to include all beings, because we know that, we've experienced suffering. Suffering is pain. Suffering is dissatisfaction. And even those who are angry or frustrated, we've been there. We can understand that. Just wishing them to be free of this, to have happiness. Those who are fearful, who act, in aggression out of fear. Again, just trying to understand that, to wish them this happiness, this freedom from the suffering of fear, of aggression. And then just thinking that the only way out of this suffering existence is to follow this path laid out by the Buddha. This path to enlightenment, so clearly laid out. That if I do this just for myself, I leave everyone behind. And in some ways, it kind of separates me. So instead, when I think about all my fellow sentient beings, my brothers, sisters, every being, really wanting them to reach the state of enlightenment. And generating the thought, I will do this. I'm going to attain enlightenment so that I can benefit them in the best way, so I can bring them to that same state. And just resting in that motivation for a moment. With this motivation of bodhicitta, we can recite this prayer, this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Just thinking about those words. This power of refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just reflecting on this refuge, really taking it to heart, going beyond the words. Feeling this as a heart commitment. And then imagine for a moment, just visualize yourself seated, just sitting comfortably in a meadow. Just imagine just being in the grass, sitting cross-legged with your friends and family to either side. And then extending out in a big circle, going out to the horizon beyond that are all sentient beings in human form. And everyone's just seated very peacefully, sitting harmoniously, no one feeling upset, fearful, or crowded, anything, just feeling very, very peaceful. And in the center, you can visualize white thousand-armed Chenrezig, this beautiful being of white light, the embodiment of compassion. Just imagine that Chenrezig is gazing out at all beings, just able to see into our hearts. And as we recite this mantra of Chenrezig, this Om Mani Padme Hum, visualize light rays radiating from Chenrezig's body, coming to your crown, the crown of each and every sentient being. And as you recite the mantra, this radiant white energy begins to fill your body with this energy of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Just imagine your body filling up with this compassionate energy of Chenrezig. Set this, feel your mind being transformed, or maybe the power to transform your mind to this mind of compassion, away from a mind of self-cherishing, a mind of distraction. Just feel this power of compassion, a strong wish to relieve suffering of all kinds. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. So we can use this time also to further to enable this transformation of mind. We can do a little purification. So we've taken refuge. We're reciting this powerful mantra of Chenrezig, which is a kind of antidote to negativities, to negative actions. And then we can take a minute just to generate regret for all of the negative actions, negative words, negative thoughts that we've done, that we've said, things we've wished for, maybe things we've actually done. Just regretting them as though you'd swallowed poison. You want to get this out of your body. Okay. So just generating that thought. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. So now, having taken refuge, having generated regret, and just reciting this powerful mantra as an antidote, the final part of the purification is to make a determination to refrain from repeating these negative actions, to refrain from harmful thoughts, harmful speech, and harmful actions. Even if it's just for, the next 5 minutes. We need to make it realistic, to do the best we can. Because when we do these harmful things, it not only harms others, it harms ourselves. So just really generating this pure intention is to purify, to refrain from all negativity as much as possible. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Now visualize that Chenrezig emanates countless bodies, comes to the crown of your head, the crown of each and every sentient being, dissolves into light, just enters your crown, completely filling your body with this compassion of Chenrezig. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. So just feeling completely filled with this compassion of Chenrezig, this wish to eliminate suffering, and feel the mind transformed into this compassion, this completely empowered, open, full of this compassion and loving kindness. And keep that in mind, and with that thought in mind, let's recite this actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Let's do this verse 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. So you can think about the pandemic now. Just bring that same motivation here, that may this disease, may all diseases be eliminated. May all who are suffering from COVID, from other diseases related to COVID, from disturbances arising from COVID, may they all be eliminated. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, Not like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Just taking this verse to heart. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. So with this compassion of Chenrezig, just thinking and strongly, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, not like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And on that last repetition, just really thinking that this verse is just completely actualized. So may all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And now we can do this dedication. We'll just read the whole thing through 3 times. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind, just thinking now of every sentient being, may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we've already dedicated strongly, but let's dedicate with this bodhicitta thought, this very powerful dedication. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And then just to seal the merits with emptiness, just remembering that due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I'm just dedicating the roots of virtue as, Manjushri Samantabhadra. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And then just for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you so much. Sorry, I went over a little again. Venerable Tendron, it's nice to see you. Carol and Mary and Pelyang, everyone. Thank you. How are you doing, Venerable?
I'm fine. I'll be visiting my stepmom next Saturday, so I don't know if I'll be able to do this, but I hope so. So I hope to see you next week.
Well, I hope so. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Hello, Venerable Pelion. And thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Hello, Mary. So let's begin by, if you're continuing on, just keep that sense of being surrounded by all sentient beings, that understanding that we're in the presence of enlightened beings, holy beings all the time. So those who are just joining us, really try to strongly imagine, and we don't have to entirely imagine since we are in fact surrounded by sentient beings, but really become aware of that surrounding you in whatever building you're in, they're sentient beings, whatever street you live on, they're sentient beings, and so on. Just goes out and out and out and out and out and out and out. Not just human beings or animal beings, but all the insects, the fish in the sea, and all the beings of the 6 realms. So imagine that you're leading all these sentient beings in these prayers this morning in order to be of benefit to them. In particular, bring those to mind that you have concerns for, that you have a karmic connection with. All those suffering from the pandemic, all those helping those suffering from the pandemic, all those obstacles created by the ignorance of sentient beings that harm others. So remember those sentient beings as well, those you feel are not doing the best that they could. Because it is out of our ignorance that we create the causes for all this suffering. So we want to say prayers for us all, regardless of how we feel about them, knowing that all the holy beings, all the enlightened beings include all of us in their enlightened activities, knowing that we all share Buddha nature. So feel connected to this family of sentient beings. Trying to generate the compassion that's easy to generate for your loved ones. knowing that just like you, all these sentient beings are suffering and only wish to be free from that suffering. And how fortunate we are to have the guidance of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, giving us instructions on what practice might be of benefit to reduce this pandemic, to end this pandemic, to help those suffering from it. So now take a moment to imagine in the space in front of you that there's a large jewel throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus, moon, and sun mandalas. And on top of this sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of the conqueror Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Ukanisha on top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth. His left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is transparent light. He sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, Yidams, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians. And in front of each of these holy beings on faultless thrones sits the Dharma in the form of text, having the nature of light. Knowing that we don't exactly know what we're doing here in samsara, all of us samsaric beings, we turn to these holy beings, enlightened beings. We can rely on them to guide us towards the causes of happiness, towards a state beyond sorrow. So really feel strongly that you're in the presence of your teachers, the Buddhas. And they're extremely pleased with you for showing up to do this practice, generating the motivation of bodhicitta, that we're doing this to reach enlightenment quickly for the benefit of all sentient beings, all these suffering sentient beings surrounding us. So we'll recite the motivation for the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Our future Buddhahood, our Buddha nature. Now imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light, absorbing up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha comes to the crown of our heads. So there are countless sentient beings with countless Shakyamuni Buddhas above the crown of the head, radiating, purifying white light, which enters through our crowns, purifying all our negativities, all the causes of suffering. And then radiating golden light, filling us with all the causes for happiness, all the good qualities of a Buddha. When Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, enters to the crown of our heads, and comes to abide at our heart. Now in the space in front, a 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig's the embodiment of all the Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He's magnificent, youthful, adorned with jewels, gazes upon us with peaceful eyes, expressing only love and compassion. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize rays of light coming out from Chenrezig, entering all sentient beings, bringing all that they need for all temporary and ultimate happiness, purifying all the causes of the suffering. So feel strongly the presence of sentient beings around you, in particular, any sentient being that you have connection with, that you're concerned about, that you're worried about, all the beings that are suffering from COVID, from famine, from floods, from wars, from earthquakes, even keeping in mind all the Olympic athletes trying to shine in the midst of COVID lockdown. Just all the sentient beings surrounding us, all of whom are suffering to some degree. And we're saying these prayers for them. So we'll recite the mantra for about 5 minutes or so. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. So now really rejoice in your efforts in reciting this mantra. Rejoice in the enlightened activities of Chenrezig and all the Buddhas. Rejoice in all the merits of those helping people with the virus at this moment. List all the kindnesses, the wisdom, the generosity since beginningless time, all the compassion, all the love of ordinary and holy beings, and that we can be 100% certain that they'll create in the future. Just how wonderful it is, this manifestation of Buddha nature. So we're going to take all this merit and we're going to dedicate it to be of benefit to all suffering sentient beings, particularly those suffering from this pandemic. So we'll recite this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now imagine that Chenrezig, that all the Buddhas and gurus are extremely pleased with us. They're sending radiating light to all sentient beings. Now imagine that Chenrezig dissolves into light, absorbs into each of us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. So since there's no shortage of merits and no shortage of beings that need our merits, the results from the merits, so we're going to be continuing to dedicate to the great enlightenment so that all sentient beings become enlightened. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored in finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equally in the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the three times created by us and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams. And may they only benefit and never harm each other. Then taking a moment to remember that all things are empty of inherent existence. They do not exist the way they appear. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. So now we'll recite the long life prayers for our long, happy, healthy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who service a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Hello, Venerable Amy. You're still muted. There you are.
So nice to see you. I love the Shantideva prayer, the Master Shantideva prayer. It's so beautiful.
It covers all bases too.
Yes, it's just great. It's just great to send that out to the world right now. It's just perfect.
Yeah. I'll have a good week. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
You as well. Please take care.
You too.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining and joining again and again and again and again. It's great to see you. Thank you to the Chenrezig team for hosting us, Venerable Damcho for putting this all together, and the people that are awake right now in the middle of the night in Australia at Chenrezig hosting us. So thank you so, so much. Take a moment, please, to set a good motivation for what we're doing and thinking about really with the blessings of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. This is a fantastic way for us to make merit for our own practices to help us get enlightened quickly so we can be of the most benefit to all living beings and also for all the beings around the planet, especially with COVID. May all the numbers decline and may this pandemic be rid from the planet as soon as possible with all other pandemics, if that's possible. May we create the cause for that to happen for the benefit of all living beings. So let's begin with the Vajra armor practice. So please visualize in the space in front of you is this blue-black Vajrapani. Vajrapani is normally the Buddha of, in a sense, skillful means or divine power, often seen with Chenrezig and Manjushri. And you see Chenrezig over here, the forearm Buddha of compassion. Manjushri with the sword cutting delusion, the Buddha of infinite wisdom. So you have compassion, wisdom, power, or skillful means. They're often seen together. In this form, riding the multi-headed donkey and surrounded by this transcendental wisdom fire with the Garuda here is this Vajra armor special practice that purifies disease. So imagine out of all the pores of his body, he's in the space in front of you about 6 inches in height, slightly higher than the level of your forehead, facing you. And imagine out of all the pores of his body come signs of purification, like black Garudas, iron pigs, scorpions, different colored light rays that represent purification to you. And it goes through the entire planet, cleansing COVID from the planet and from all the beings that have it. As we recite his mantra, you can also imagine those light rays coming over to you, entering your forehead, throat, and heart, and purifying you also of all diseases while we recite his mantra. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshig nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshig nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshig nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshig nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshig nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagin entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So imagine this blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front of you. Dissolves into emptiness, and also because you've just blessed your speech with this incredibly powerful mantra, if you'd like, put your hand across your mouth, and as you continue to breathe, your exhalations, imagine them going up your nose, continuing the purification from the incredibly powerful mantra we were just reciting. If you have something to drink, you can blow on the surface a few times with that blessed speech. And then take a few sips. Again, feel that purification. The blue-black Vajrapani dissolves into emptiness. From the emptiness, imagine arising over top your crown, black Manjushri. This form of the Buddha of infinite wisdom purifies disease. He is over top your crown, about 6 inches in height, facing the same direction as you. A similar visualization in the light rays are pouring down through your crown, purifying you of all disease, and also coming out of all the pores of the Black Manjushri's body to the entire planet and beyond, purifying COVID, all other imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om dazo juzer dur taser dur miso ningo la chokalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om dazo juzer dur taser dur miso ningo la chokalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Please imagine this black manjushri over top your crown dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light that melts into your crown. And along with all the other purification we've done, just feel that purification from the mantras, from him dissolving into our crown, and feel all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. Our next prayer from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. We'll do this motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, her infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, her infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, her infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we'll be reciting the mantra of the Buddha of compassion lower on this page, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as much as you can, as we are gazing at this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om mani pemi, 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 mani pemi, om mani pemi, om mani pemi. Mani pemi, om 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 mani pemi. Mani pemi, om 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 mani pemi, mani pemi, om mani pemi. Mani pemi, om mani pemi. Mani pemi, om 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 mani pemi. Mani pemi, om 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 mani pemi. Mani pemi, om mani pemi. Om mani pemi, 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 om. Excuse me. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Our second recitation of 3. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last recitation. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. This one is for all of the violent places on the planet, all of the war-torn places, the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. I'd like to include all the places of domestic abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse, anything like that. All the people that are in danger right now, whether it's in this country or other countries like Afghanistan, things like that. Let's send this energy to all of them, helping to purify that violent nature and hatred. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And you know, I thought we could ask Chenrezig Institute for the name of the person that is awake right now for us to support us. If they care to say.
Yes. Hello.
What is your name?
My name is Nathan.
Nathan. So Nathan, are you always on at this time every Saturday, every week?
Yes.
Okay, so Nathan, thank you so much. So now you're part of our group. So now I'll know to remember Nathan. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much, Amy.
It's so kind. It's so kind of you.
My pleasure.
Okay, so this prayer for all the poor people around the planet, for all the starving people, for all the people that don't have the karma to have abundance and to have food and things like that, food and drink, a request to pacify the fear of famine. Let's send this positive energy to them to release them from this suffering. For all the hungry ghosts, having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yadams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the aeon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So I'm going to add, I didn't do the Facebook Live. So for those of you that have been with me from the beginning, we're going to bring Tara here with us. Just turn this up. So just bringing His Holiness here, we just got this blessing from Along. His Holiness gave an oral transmission of the green Tara mantra in the pandemic, or it was actually some time ago. And so we have that blessing now. And Tara, this type of Tara helps to eliminate obstacles. So for whatever you need, whatever projects you're working on, for me with Land of Medicine Buddha, I'd love to eliminate any obstacles we have to developing this incredible, restructuring this incredible Dharma center and all of its wonderful entities and projects and things like that. May all those obstacles be cleared. We're going to go to our dedication prayers. And I'd like us to take all of the positive energy that we've created from this time together. And thank you. It's so lovely to see Jeff and Will. Thank you for joining. Venerable Pelyang might be with us as well. I just see her picture there, and the other people without their cameras, Linda, Mary, and Mary. Thank you so much for joining. And Irene. And may we dedicate to all the beings around the planet. There's particular personal ones I know with very, very serious illnesses right now. Ross Lasley, Joanne Lemson, Kathleen Raffat, Nancy Sainberg, Barbara Hutton, Trish Flaherty, and Arunas, Venerable Punsok, and there's also another nun, also I can't remember her name right now. Many people right now are really struggling with very serious illnesses. So for all of them all over the planet, for all the people with COVID, may they be released from that instantly. And let's recite these dedication prayers. Thank you so much. Oops, let me share my screen. Here we go. O Janju Zenjo Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ge Gyurchik, Ke Panyam Pa Me Pa Yi, Gone Gondu Belwar Sho. I'd also really like to dedicate to my dear friend Alea, who passed away a few weeks ago in southern France at Institut Vajrayogini, and for Rowena Mayer, who was the director of our Santa Fe Center for many, many years. She passed away about a week ago in Santa Fe. So I'd like to dedicate to their well-being, them quickly taking a precious human rebirth to get enlightened to benefit all living beings. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. Let's do this dedication with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, whom completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, whom completely empty of existing from my own side. Whatever understanding you have of emptiness, that things lack inherent nature, please reflect for a moment. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. And our long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you to everyone who joined. And I am passing this over to one of my favorite nuns in Italy, Venerable Lucia.
Oh, ciao, Tashidele, come stai?
Good, how are you? How are you?
I see you very well. I see very well, beautiful.
Oh, it's lovely to see you. You look wonderful. You look wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Amy, thank you. I'm very happy to see you.
Tutto bene?
Tutto bene. Maybe. Like that.
I know, yes. Oh, yeah. I understand. Anyway, thank you all for joining.
I try.
Okay, please be well. And thank you all.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank
Johnny.
you.
Ciao.
And maybe I see some of you at 9:30 for meditation in 1 hour. Please be well.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Ciao. Irene Facciani. Ciao Irene. Ciao. Che bello rivederti. Mary. Sì, finalmente
che stai bene.
Ci vediamo finalmente. Dopo così, no? Si fa così, no? Si fa così. Questa è la nostra vita, no? Però adesso siamo risalite, diciamo così, no? Va meglio, no? Giusto?
Sì, adesso va bene,
Adesso
piano.
Anche questo Covid porta molta stanchezza e quindi ci vogliono tante vitamine, sì?
Sì, è vero.
Un corso di vitamine, così, almeno per me. E tutte le persone che hanno avuto il Covid o comunque che sono, diciamo, hanno fatto questa esperienza, cioè rispetto a quella che ho vissuto io, è stata molto leggera la mia esperienza, però nonostante questo vedo che, ma anche dipende dagli anni, no? Dipende quanti anni abbiamo, no? Qual è il nostro fisico, tante cose. No? Tu ti senti bene, Irene?
Adesso sì, sto bene, tutto a posto. Stiamo bene tutte e due.
Anche Paolo.
Sì, sì.
Benissimo. Mi sa che siamo solo noi due che facciamo la pratica insieme. Forse c'è qualche persona
No, c'è gente, c'è gente.
Dove la vedi?
E a partecipanti.
Partecipanti. Ah, sei partecipante. Ah, grazie, grazie. Allora, a tutti benvenuti, non voglio prendere troppo tempo. Scusate, c'era bisogno di questa piccola introduzione importante, anche sapere come stiamo. E adesso facciamo questi mezz'ora insieme e come al solito cerchiamo di pensare, riflettere un pochettino, facciamo un po' di meditazione sul respiro, ci concentriamo un pochettino sul respiro in modo da pacificare un pochino la nostra mente. Osserviamo l'aria che entra e che esce dalle nostre narici. Poi guardiamo, osserviamo la nostra motivazione, diamo uno scopo alla nostra motivazione, pensando che la radice della bodhicitta, che è questa qualità suprema, è la compassione, la grande compassione. Quindi cerchiamo di generare dentro di noi una motivazione protesa verso chiunque, qualsiasi essere senziente, è come noi, identico a noi, è fatto di ossa, carne, è fatto degli stessi sentimenti nostri, c'ha l'attaccamento alla bramosia come noi, c'ha tutto esattamente un altro noi. Quindi su questa base cerchiamo di sentire, ecco, che quello che facciamo anche in questa piccola mezz'ora è per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri che sono come noi, esattamente identici a noi. Anche la più piccola sofferenza non la desiderano e desiderano invece anche la più piccola della felicità, come noi, esattamente così. Meditiamo un pochino sul dare questa direzione alla nostra motivazione. i nostri tre nemici interiori, l'attaccamento, la rabbia, l'ignoranza, dividono la realtà, e fino a che noi dividiamo nemici indifferenti, così sarà difficile per noi generare veramente un sincero sentimento di equanimità dentro di noi. Però ci stiamo lavorando e questo è importante, riconoscerlo, no? Quindi adesso pensiamo così che tutti gli esseri sono stati così cari, così gentili, così hanno preso cura di noi come la madre di questa vita, o anche se la nostra madre di questa vita non l'abbiamo avuta, qualcosa è successo. Gli esseri senzienti sono stati ripetutamente, diciamo, nostre madri. E quindi il calore, la gentilezza, la tenerezza, la protezione di una madre, anche di un padre, non voglio escludere i padri, in particolare la madre che porta nel suo grembo il proprio figlio, la propria figlia, no? In particolare la madre è veramente speciale nella protezione, nel dare la protezione e la cura. Quindi pensiamo che tutti questi esseri infiniti che adesso sono nel Samsara come noi, sono tantissimi, sono veramente nelle situazioni più disperate. E pensiamo che questa pratica noi la facciamo per tutti loro. Quindi visualizziamo e invochiamo nello spazio davanti a noi la nostra guida spirituale, nell'aspetto di Chenrezig e Thangtong Gyalpo, che ha il cuore completamente pieno di compassione, amore e saggezza. Possiamo visualizzare Chenrezig a 1000 braccia, anche Chenrezig 4 braccia, Gesù, un'immagine per noi che ci fa sorgere grande fiducia, al quale ci fa aprire il nostro cuore. Visualizziamola nello spazio davanti a noi, all'altezza dei nostri occhi, della nostra testa, fatta completamente ogni parte del suo corpo, fatto totalmente di luce. È seduto su di un bellissimo fiore di loto. Siamo a vederla nella versione semplificata. Sentiamo la sua presenza e immaginiamo che intorno a noi, a nostra destra, a nostra sinistra, nostro padre e nostra madre, tutti i nostri cari intorno a noi e anche le persone con le quali ancora ci sono dei problemi, le mettiamo davanti a noi, così tutti gli infiniti esseri sono insieme a noi e questa, la luce del Buddha è così forte e così onnipervadente, pervade tutti gli infiniti spazi, come il sole. Immaginiamo che è fortissima la sua luce e quindi completamente privo di ogni difetto mentale, una mente completamente pacificata, piena di saggezza, una mente che ci osserva e ci guarda, vede e di ciascun essere senziente, vede quello che noi riusciamo a fare, quali sono le nostre potenzialità, quali sono le nostre difficoltà. Quindi davanti a questo essere meraviglioso e noi ci affidiamo, prendiamo rifugio, protezione, diciamo che quello che stiamo facendo lo stiamo facendo per il beneficio di tutti gli infiniti esseri che sono nel Samsara come noi. Quindi giungiamo le mani e prendiamo e leggiamo nel testo tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono il rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru e della dignità di meditazione delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya, la natura pura della nostra mente. I nostri difetti mentali sono avventizi, non si mischiano alla natura pura della nostra mente. Per questo possono essere rimossi. Prendo rifugio, tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle unità di meditazione dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendono rifugio nel Buddha, Dharma e Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, in Dharmakaya. Quindi sentiamo che siamo completamente noi e tutti gli esseri sotto la protezione del Buddha della compassione, infiniti raggi di luce, nettare. Ciascun essere senziente riceve la luce, il nettare dai raggi di luce emanati dal cuore di Chenrezig. Il pianeta diventa un pianeta dalla luce bianca, immacolata, e la luce purifica ogni tipo di oscurazione, soprattutto l'oscurazione che ci fa concepire l'esistenza dell'io così concreta, no? Questa concezione che è la radice del samsara. Soprattutto questa luce nettare elimina questa ignoranza. Immaginiamo che tutto il pianeta diventa, tutti gli esseri vengono purificati da questo tipo di ignoranza, dall'attaccamento all'io, al mio, e quindi ogni tipo di karma che hanno creato, che abbiamo creato, immaginiamo che viene purificato. E mentre facciamo con questa immagine, facciamo il mantra di Mani Padme Hum. Se conosciamo delle persone che in questo momento stanno attraversando un periodo difficile, in particolare in relazione alle malattie, al Covid, in particolare, pensiamo, ecco, questa luce viene a purificare le cause che hanno creato il manifestarsi della malattia. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Questa luce pervade tutti gli infiniti esseri, purifica tutto il nostro corpo, dal sistema nervoso del nostro corpo, e luce e nettare i nostri fratelli, sorelle, figli, mariti e amici, nemici. Immaginiamo
Immaginiamo le persone che sono nel guardo, che sono morte, vengono protette dalla luce di Chenrezig, vengono tutte portate nella terra pura di Chenrezig. Lascio tutti i raggi di luce che sono stati emanati dal cuore di Chenrezig, vengono riassorbiti nel suo cuore e immaginiamo che Chenrezig viene sulla sommità di ciascun essere e si assorbe dentro di noi. Da ciascun essere riceve la benedizione di Chenrezig e si assorbe dentro il nostro cuore. Immaginiamo sentire questo calore dell'assorbimento dell'energia cosmica, dell'amore e della compassione. Il nostro maestro santamente e si unisce con la nostra e con la mente e tutti gli esseri vengono beneficiati. Di tutti i reami, pensiamo al reame inferiore, preta, gli animali, i deva, i semidei, pensiamo che tutti gli esseri, senza essere nessuno escluso, sono stati beneficiati. Ora facciamo la pratica della preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, la recitiamo insieme. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nel reame del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nel reame del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Ama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze, da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le malattie che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate, possa il corpo e la mente dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del guru dei 3 gioielli, per il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma dei guardiani, la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Questa è la dedica, ci sono tantissime persone che in questo momento stanno passando veramente periodi veramente tanto difficili. Ci sono anche persone che sono decedute in questo periodo. Vorrei nominare in particolare un caro amico che si chiama Giorgio Armato, che è deceduto il 21 di gennaio, e quindi volevo fare una dedica anche per Adriano Soldati, per un'altra persona giovane che è morta di SLA, lui si chiama Luca, e per Giancarlo, che è il papà della nostra amica della farmacia di Pumaia, che è morto in questi giorni nel sonno. E comunque poi ci sono tantissime altre persone, tutte le dediche, diciamo, che possiamo fare ognuno di noi, delle dediche che ha, delle dediche personali, e come dedica Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. Adesso facciamo una dedica per la lunga vita di Sua Santità. In questo paese circondato da montagne e nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica. Per lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del giocatore che fuggi dal generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunazza, che magistralmente copre magnifiche preghiere con oro, 3 gioielli, salvatore mille degli atti, tuoi discepoli, per favore vivi a lungo. La lunga vita dedichiamo Piosa Rinpoche, perché tutti i suoi progetti vengono realizzati, per la lunga vita di tutti i nostri cari maestri spirituali, i nostri lama residenti, per tutte le attività di centri, i Dharma, possa la preziosamente non ancora sorta dell'illuminazione che non è ancora sorta a svilupparsi, e quella che è già sviluppata non diminuire mai. A causa di queste virtù possa diventare rapidamente un guru Buddha, guidare in quello stato ogni essere vivente, senza eccezioni. Al pari dell'eroe Manjushri Samantabhaya, che conosco la realtà così com'è, dedico anch'io tutto questo merito nel modo migliore per essere in grado di seguire il loro esempio. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti di tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti del venerabile Losandrapa possa splendere per sempre. Questo io che manca di un'autoesistenza dedica tutti i meriti che mancano di un'autoesistenza a tutti gli esseri che mancano di un'autoesistenza, che tutto è in relazione, non c'è niente di autostabilito, tutto sorge in relazione a qualche cosa d'altro, è per questo che possiamo includere tutti gli infiniti esseri che sono inseparabili da noi. Possa io essere sempre un oggetto di felicità per tutti gli esseri senzienti, secondo i loro desideri, senza interferenze, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e le foreste. Possa io essere caro agli esseri senzienti, come la loro propria vita, ed essi molto cari a me. Possono le loro azioni negative portare conseguenze a me, e tutte le mie azioni portare conseguenze, virtù, tutte le mie virtù portare conseguenze a loro. Finché gli esseri senzienti di qualunque mondo non sia stato liberato, posso io rimanere nel mondo per amore suo, anche se ho conseguito l'illuminazione. E il Sua Santità dice: se il merito di tutte queste preghiere avesse forma, non potrebbe essere contenuto nei mondi che sono numerosi come i granelli di sabbia nel Gange. Quindi adesso rimaniamo contenti, abbiamo cercato di fare del nostro meglio, abbiamo cercato di fare qualche cosa di veramente utile attraverso la nostra motivazione. Dedichiamo questa torta grande, la distribuiamo a tutti gli esseri, possono tutti gli esseri avere la felicità, essere liberi dalle cause della sofferenza, e avere le cause, mettere le cause alla felicità. Io vi ringrazio tanto della vostra presenza, abbiamo fatto qualcosa insieme. Grazie Livio. Ciao Livio. Ciao Irene. Ciao, grazie della vostra presenza. L'unione fa la forza, e quindi facciamo qualcosa insieme, molto bello. E vi auguro una buona serata e tutto che vada come voi desiderate nel Dharma.
Anche a te, Lucia.
Ciao, non è ancora parso. Grazie Irene, grazie. Da Lucia Carlina a tutti.
Bello di sentirti. Non
c'è la Sofia!
Non posso vederti,
Ciao,
è troppo oscuro, però posso sentirti.
Aspetta, accendo la luce. Così mi vedi?
Ma sì! Oh, guarda, com'è bello, come stai?
Bello vederti, bello.
Sì,
Come risultare?
Con tutte le tare, sì.
Bello. Bellissimo. Sei uscita dal ritiro?
Sì. Adesso sono a Berna, in Svizzera.
Va bene, hai fatto il ritiro anche tu, eh?
Sì.
Sì.
Come tasci,
Complimenti.
Va bene. Abbiamo bisogno di fare ancora di più. Ah, oui.
Hai voglia.
Ha voglia, sì.
Hai voglia, c'è sempre bisogno di più.
Sì.
Comunque un anno bene, brava. Brava.
Sì, sono molto contenta.
Sei contenta?
Sì, certo.
Bene, mi fa piacere, enjoy. Ti saluto, non ti voglio prendere troppo tempo.
Sì, adesso io continuo.
Felice
In inglese.
Felice di...
Sì.
Ciao.
Dai saluti a tutti.
Grazie, senz'altro.
Sì. Ok, ciao.
Metto nella chat. Saluti da te, da Zuzi.
Sì.
Ciao,
e anche
Zuzi.
a Pomaia.
Sì, all'istituto.
All'istituto, sì, certo. Ok, va bene.
Lo scrivo sulla lavagna.
Oh, no.
Okay, so now I continue with the prayers. So whoever joined or is joining now, I speak now I change from Italian into English with my Swiss-German accent. And we take a short moment just to settle down, make sure that we are sitting comfortable with our back straight. And we can scan our body. And try to relax and really to sit comfortable but aware. And we can take 3 deep breaths. And all what is occupying our mind, or all the worries or fears or whatever we have, we can breathe out with a long breath. And we breathe in fresh energy. And as you may know, that when Buddha Shakyamuni gave his first teaching, he was explaining the Four Noble Truths. The first Noble Truth is he was explaining how our reality is, how our momentary situation is. And although we quite often feel it as happiness and nice, but especially nowadays, we see that there is so much suffering, difficulties, either with our body, that we get a sickness from the pandemic, or other sicknesses, or we are suffering from old age, or even, like Lucia said before, dying, passing away, losing friends. All these difficulties, Buddha explained that that's exactly our nature. That's the nature, that's our reality, what we face in our life. Everyone, when we are born, we face getting older, old age problems, we face sicknesses, even if we are young, and we never know. We face death, we never know when the time is coming. But every one of us faces dying. And this Buddha explained that our situation is suffering. Although we sometimes, fortunately, we also feel happy and have pleasurable moments and periods, definitely. But we all experience that it doesn't last. And Buddha also explained the origin from suffering. That all that comes because we are grasping, we are running after beautiful objects or things we like. We grasp to the real existence. Everything what we see, we see it as completely real, existing from its own side. And this is the main problem, the ignorance. But Buddha also explained that it's possible to get free, that we can eliminate completely our sufferings. And he explained the path, how to do that. And here I mainly would like to mention that we practice, because we will practice the Chenrezig practice. So what is important, that we stop as much as possible, that we really make a strong determination not to harm anymore anyone else. This is very, very, very important, because to be gentle with others, we experience it, we know exactly, this gives a good energy, a good feeling towards others and also towards us. But when we have difficulties and we get angry, this generates attention all around us. Also, myself, if I'm worried or angry, my face doesn't look nice, and also the tension, the energy around me is not pleasant. So the more we can generate a good heart, loving kindness, and really taking care to others, that's what brings happiness. So, of course, Buddha went in more deeper explanation, but since we practiced, I would like to make the Chenrezig practice, because Chenrezig is the Buddha of compassion. And when we make requests and recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, it helps us to generate this, to strengthen within ourselves the love and compassion and the good heart, openness of the good heart. So we take refuge. First, we visualize Chenrezig. We can visualize Chenrezig in front of us or on the crown, on a lotus and moon seat on the crown of our head. Whatever feels more comfortable. And we just can think that Chenrezig is here in front of us or on our head and is completely one with our master, with our teacher, or with His Holiness, Dalai Lama, whoever we have as our teacher. They are all one. They are all Buddha Chenrezig. And we try to feel this strong connection, what we have to our teacher, the trust, the faith, that they really support us, that they really guide us out of this samsara, of this suffering existence. Exactly as Buddha explained. So we take refuge. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By the merit of my giving, practice of giving, and the other perfections, may I achieve enlightenment in order to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Supreme Assembly. Due to the merits of my practice of giving and the other perfections, may I achieve enlightenment in order to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Supreme Assembly. Due to the merits of giving and the other perfections, may I achieve enlightenment in order to benefit all sentient beings. And we open our hearts and generate the wish, may all living beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. A feeling what we very spontaneously have for our friends, for our family, for all our people who are close to us. So we try to open our heart and to generate this wish for all and every sentient beings all over the world, all human beings, but also all the animals and all those who we even don't see and don't know. May they all have happiness and the causes of happiness. And may they all be free, completely free from their difficulties, either physical or mental, completely free from the suffering. Whatever problem they face, may these problems dissolve immediately. And may all beings never ever be separated from the freedom that knows no suffering, from the true joy. And may all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free of attachment and free of hatred. That's not easy, but still we generate this wish not to feel so strong attachment to our loved ones and not taking care to strangers or even wishing not nice things to our enemies, that we let go all this because we are all connected since beginningless times with each other in many different ways. And that we see this, that we try to generate really a good heart and taking care of each other. Now I try to share the Now we make the 7 limb prayers to Guru Chenrezig. Reverently I prostrate with my body, speech and mind. I present clouds of every type of offering, actual and imagined. I declare all my negative actions accumulated since beginningless time, and I rejoice in the merit of all holy and ordinary beings. Please, please remain until the end of cyclic existence and turn the wheel of Dharma for living beings. I dedicate my own merits and those of all others to the great enlightenment. Now we offer a short mandala. This ground anointed with perfume, strewn with flowers, adorned with Mount Meru, the 4 continents, the sun and moon. I imagine this as a Buddha field and offer it. May all living beings enjoy this pure land. Idam Guru Rana Mandala Kam Niryataya. And now we go to the prayer. We say again the refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge with the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge with the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams and dakinis, and we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we make sure or visualize again Chenrezig in front of us. I can show here the picture of His Holiness the Dalai Lama with Chenrezig. While we are reciting the Om Mani Padme Hum, and we can visualize that Chenrezig sends forth from his heart that rays of light shines through towards ourselves, to us, to our family, friends, especially those people we know that they are sick or suffering or have whatever relationship problems or problems with working or not finding a job, whatever. We visualize that Chenrezig sends forth these lights which eliminates completely all these difficulties, these sufferings, and that due to the eliminating these hindrances, that the good conditions can ripen. That then these sentient beings, these friends, families, receive the conditions where they can get happy, and actually that's what they need, either a good care and good health treatment, that it works, that they get really quickly healthy again, and whatever they would need, that they receive it. So first purifying and then receiving what they need. And this we do for our friends, what we know, and then for every sentient being. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we visualize that Chenrezig dissolves into us, into light, and this dissolves into us, in our heart, and that our mind becomes completely one with Chenrezig, Buddha Chenrezig's mind, with the mind of our Lama, of our Guru, the Dharmakaya. And we strengthen within ourselves the love and the compassion towards all and each and every sentient beings. Now we recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. And may all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferences and the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infailability of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we also make a request to Chenrezig Chenrezig still now in our hearts. Whatever kind of life I experience, happy or suffering, healthy or unhealthy, gain or loss, rich or poor, living or even dying, even rebirth in a hell realm, may all these experiences and every action I do from now on be most beneficial for all sentient beings, causing them to achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may whatever happiness in my life be most beneficial for all sentient beings. Even if I receive criticism from people, may it be most beneficial for sentient beings. Even if I receive praise from others, may it be most beneficial for sentient beings. And if I'm healthy, or even if I have a sickness such as cancer, may it be most beneficial for all sentient beings. And now we dedicate this energy, what we have created now in this short time. We think of all our friends and families, those people who we know that they are in this moment really suffering or have problems or whatever. We specially dedicate for them. And we dedicate for all sentient beings. We know that so many are in difficulties or are sick or in the process of dying or whatever difficulty they face. We dedicate all with a very good heart, we dedicate all our merits for them, that may they gain happiness and be able, may all the hindrances be removed, and may they find joy and happiness. And we dedicate with the verse by Shantideva, may all who are sick or ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever disease there are in the world, may they never ever occur again. And then we strongly pray for our holy gurus, especially His Holiness Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but they include all our holy beings. They are all one in an ultimate level. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparable kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled, and please, please, please remain until samsara ends. And the long life for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who appalled the subduer's moral way, who serves as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And may the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. And due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May whatever virtue we have thus accumulated benefit the teachings and all migrating beings, and in particular, may it cause the essence of Venerable Losang Drapa's teachings to shine forever. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now are all ready?
It's me. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay.
Okay, good, good.
Good.
I leave you. Have a good session.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then,
ciao, 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 ciao.
Now we start in French.
Okay.
French moment. Ok. Eh bien, bonjour tout le monde.
Bonjour.
Donc, on va essayer de démarrer, nous, en français. Voilà, il faut que je partage l'écran. Voilà. Je suis un peu en vitesse parce que l'enseignement vient à peine de terminer de glisser là, temps de ranger la salle, tout ça. On y est. Donc voilà. Donc nous continuons dans ce marathon de prière comme maintenant toutes les semaines, comme ça nous a été demandé par Lama Zopa Rinpoche afin d'essayer de contrer cette pandémie. Hein. Et donc, nous faisons, comme d'habitude, cette prière avec cette motivation d'essayer de servir d'antidote, de vaccin, presque, on pourrait dire, encore que le mot est diversement apprécié selon les personnes. On va essayer de soigner la pandémie, soigner le monde de la pandémie. Et dans notre cas, soigner le monde, guérir le monde de cette pandémie, ça veut dire appliquer les remèdes du Dharma, donc appliquer les antidotes à toutes ces manifestations de karma négatif. Et une des antidotes, c'est effectivement la prière, c'est la dédicace des mérites, c'est le fait de s'en remettre à Chenrezig pour nous aider sur cette voie. Et donc, pour cette raison, avec cette motivation pure que nous essayons de générer en nous-mêmes, et grâce à l'aide de Chenrezig qu'on va invoquer par la prière, nous faisons cette pratique pour dissiper l'ignorance des êtres
afin de guérir le monde, parce que la maladie du monde vient de l'ignorance, dont nous sommes tous un petit peu porteurs, et si à un moment ou à un autre, ou d'une façon ou d'une autre, nous sommes touchés par les effets de la pandémie, c'est que dans ces causes, il y a un peu les nôtres aussi. Et donc, nous avons les moyens d'essayer d'y mettre fin par la pratique. Et plus on sera nombreux à créer cette énergie de vertu, plus on arrivera à faire reculer cette énergie qui vient de l'ignorance. Donc, pour développer l'esprit altruiste, on commence par la prière des 4 incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissé-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puisse-t-il les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance, puissent-ils en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissé-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc maintenant, nous visualisons Chenrezig sur le sommet de ma tête et de celle de tous les êtres dont le nombre est aussi vaste que l'espace, se trouve un lotus blanc et un disque de lune, sur lesquels elle apparaît la syllabe Ri blanche qui se transforme en Chenrezig. Chenrezig lui-même est blanc, lumineux, il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs, son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion, et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes au niveau du cœur et tiennent le joyau qui exauce tous les souhaits, et les 2 autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux, une peau de biche couvre son épaule, et le Bouddha de lumière infinie, Amitabha, couronne sa tête. Chenrezig est assis, ses 2 jambes dans la posture adamantine, c'est-à-dire les jambes croisées, et il s'adosse à une lune immaculée. Au sommet de sa tête, à sa gorge et à son cœur, se trouvent les lettres Om, A, Hum. Et donc, en essence, il est tous les refuges réunis. Et donc là, je vais essayer de passer à l'autre. Non, je ne l'ai pas. J'arrive là. Il faut juste... J'ai toujours l'écran partagé. Non, c'est pas celle-là. C'est pas celle-là. Est-ce que vous la voyez, là, la prière? Oui? Non. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge en le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et maintenant, donc, nous récitons un mala au moins de Mani. O Mani Padme Hum. 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 O Mani O Mani Padme Hum. 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 O Mani Padme O Mani Padme Hum. O Mani Padme Hum. O Mani Padme O Mani Padme Hum. 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 O Mani Padme O Mani Padme Hum. 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 O Mani Padme O Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. Et maintenant, on va dire la prière. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, 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 Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, 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 Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, 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 Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, privant le corps et de la ligne, privant le corps, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, 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 Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Omani Padme Hum, 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 Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Et de là, maintenant, nous pouvons dire la dédicace. Puis ce joyau suprême de la bodhichitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres sans exception à cet état d'éveil, grâce aux mérites des 3 temps accumulés par moi-même, le Bouddha, les bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les liés à la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent, être immédiatement pacifiés et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même au moyen des 3 temps, accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puisse-je, moi, qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil, qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est lui aussi entièrement vide d'existence propre, et non par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. La prière de longue vie de sa sainteté. Gauri Rawe Kawe Chikabdi Penta Dewa Maru Jungwene Chenrezig Tenji Gyatsoy Sape Site Bardo Tengyuchi. Et c'est de Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu chu chang chi jang gen yen wei Tenzin yon perwe kunta topo de josu kuere metudo padak sodu che gantu shabde sho. Et donc avec tout ceci, nous avons terminé la pratique qui était prévue. Donc, Agatha è là, quindi donc je vais vous quitter. Agatha c'è qua, quindi
Grazie, ciao.
ti lascio il posto e ecco,
Sì.
buon procedimento. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Au revoir tout le monde. Allez.
Merci, au revoir. Buonasera, sono Agatha del centro Changchub Choling di Polava, il centro fondato da Geshe Topten e inaugurato nel 1990 da Geshe Champa Gyatso. Cominciamo subito con la purificazione delle nadi attraverso il respiro in 9 cicli. Per cercare di eliminare tensioni e ostacoli alla pratica di corpo, parola e mente. Quindi chiudiamo la narice sinistra con la mano destra e ispiriamo con la narice sinistra visualizzando che ispiriamo luce bianca che è l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, e le realizzazioni di tutto il campo dei meriti e di tutto ciò che è positivo. Quando buttiamo fuori l'aria, quando espiriamo, pensiamo che l'aria è di colore fumo nero ed escono tutte le nostre preoccupazioni, il nostro karma negativo, tutto quello che ci angoscia e tutto quello che ostacola appunto la pratica del Dharma. E quando espiriamo cerchiamo di trattenere qualche secondo l'aria nel chakra dell'ombelico e poi facciamo 3 ispirazioni ed espirazioni con la narice sinistra, poi con quella destra e poi con tutte e 2. Vi invito a tenere la schiena dritta e cercate di avere appunto una posizione in 7 punti se potete, ma se no va benissimo anche la schiena dritta per facilitare il flusso del prana. Ok, cominciamo. Cambiamo narice. Adesso con tutte e 2. Ok, bene. Ricordiamo la motivazione, che cosa ci ha spinto a essere qua. Intanto vi ringrazio e tutti voi dovete dire grazie a voi stessi perché avete scelto di essere partecipi a questa grande maratona che dà dei risultati fantastici, perché è un karma collettivo molto potente. Avete scelto di prendervi cura di voi stessi e degli altri. Questo è un grande gesto di amore verso tutti. Pensiamo alla motivazione, cioè noi vogliamo dal profondo del nostro cuore raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Questo perché abbiamo introdotto nel nostro sentiero spirituale il Dharma, che ha portato grandi benefici e il cui unico scopo è quello di aiutare effettivamente gli altri. Il modo migliore è quello proprio di diventare effettivamente dei Buddha, avere delle realizzazioni in grado di aiutare effettivamente tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. E in questo modo il nostro, con questo tipo di motivazione, che è il motore che guida il nostro comportamento, noi pensiamo, ragioniamo e viviamo una vita in prospettiva di questo grande obiettivo, e quindi la vita migliora e cerchiamo anche di non sbagliare, di non avere ostacoli a questa grande, bellissima prospettiva. E la motivazione per essere raggiunta ha bisogno appunto di un sentimento forte, di pensare alla bodhicitta, che può essere convenzionale e ultima. La prima è il puro senso di altruismo, di prendersi cura degli altri, perché appunto il miglior modo di essere egoisti, come dice da sempre il Dalai Lama, è quello di aiutare gli altri. La seconda, la bodhicitta ultima, rappresenta la realizzazione vera e propria della vacuità. E la prima bodhicitta elimina l'egoismo, e la seconda l'attaccarsi all'io come se fosse veramente esistente. E quindi questa è una grande responsabilità che migliora effettivamente tutta la nostra vita. Ricordiamoci che facciamo parte di un'unica entità, tutto è uno, siamo tutti collegati, quindi se stanno bene le altre persone, stiamo benissimo anche noi. Però per aiutarli dobbiamo fare un lavoro di introspezione e di eliminazione del karma negativo. Una delle pratiche più importanti nel buddismo è la pratica del Tonglen. Prendiamo su di noi tutte le sofferenze e le negatività degli altri e regaliamo loro la felicità. Sempre con la schiena dritta, visualizziamo intorno a noi tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami che sono proprio a 360 gradi rispetto a noi. Ci sono gli esseri allora, ci sono gli esseri infernali, gli animali, gli esseri umani, dei, semidei e tutti intorno a noi. E pensiamo che ognuno di loro sperimenta la propria sofferenza. Gli esseri infernali soffrono a causa del caldo e del freddo estremi, però non occorre visualizzarlo, basta pensare anche a tutte le persone che in questo momento hanno tantissimo freddo, come per esempio nel confine ucraino, nel confine russo, nei Balcani, dove ci sono i profughi, o tanta gente che è senza tetto. E quindi chi sperimenta il freddo, chi non riesce a trovare cibo è assolutamente affamato. Gli animali che si mangiano a vicenda, e questo è veramente atroce, e non solo, vengono sfruttati dagli uomini, questo anche è una causa di sofferenza molto forte. Poi ci sono gli esseri umani che soffrono a causa della nascita, della malattia, della vecchiaia, della morte. Dei e semidei che sono consapevoli della loro morte, perché a un certo punto gli viene detto quando moriranno. E sono sempre appunto in continuo conflitto, e poi sono consci che potrebbero rinascere in un reame inferiore. Allora visualizziamo tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami che sono intorno a noi, sono incapaci di trovare una soluzione, incapaci e impotenti perché sono senza guida. Nessuno si prende cura di loro, quindi pensiamo che se non facciamo qualcosa per loro nessuno lo farà. Quindi con grande coraggio pensiamo che vogliamo che tutti quanti siano liberi dalle loro sofferenze, dalle cause delle loro sofferenze, e possano tutte le negatività maturare su di me, così io sarò molto felice di realizzare questa aspirazione. Quindi ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera le negatività e le cause della negatività, soprattutto in questo momento la sofferenza legata ai virus, al Covid, sì, a tutti i virus e alle guerre che stanno cercando di ostacolare la felicità. Ecco, pensiamo anche a un dolore, se avete particolare, una preoccupazione che vi fa del male, qualsiasi cosa che voi provate in questo momento, pensate che ce l'hanno tutti. E questo allevia e diminuisce il potere della sofferenza. Quindi ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera tutte le negatività e le cause delle negatività. Ispiriamo appunto il fumo nero che in questo momento ha assorbito tutto il male del mondo, tutte le sofferenze del mondo, e vediamo che all'altezza del nostro cuore c'è una palla nera molto pesante, molto dura, che rappresenta il nostro egoismo e rappresenta la negatività dell'egoismo. Nel momento in cui il fumo nero sfiora la palla, questa esplode come una bomba atomica e tutti i frammenti vengono mandati lontani. Pensiamo così. Concentriamoci sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività degli altri. Non sono veramente esistenti, autonomi, indipendenti. Se li cerchiamo non li troviamo. Quindi meditiamo sulla natura della vacuità dell'io. Adesso sorge un senso di grande liberazione per aver eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e dall'altra la preoccupazione egoistica, perché abbiamo liberato gli altri dalla negatività e abbiamo preso sotto noi, sotto forma di fumo nero, che è arrivato al cuore e l'io è sparito definitivamente. E noi siamo liberati, ci troviamo in uno stato di grande gioia perché abbiamo fatto qualcosa di veramente di grande significato. Questa gioia si trasforma in luce bianca che riempie completamente tutto il nostro corpo. Proviamo un senso di beatitudine. E attraverso i pori della nostra pelle la luce bianca va a questa meravigliosa luce bianchissima va a inondare tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami, rendendoli liberi dalle sofferenze, dalle cause delle sofferenze, e si trasformano tutti in luce bianca. E sono veramente felici. La luce rientra e la luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore e visualizziamo di fronte a noi il Chenrezig, che dal suo capo, dal chakra del suo capo, emana un fascio di luce bianchissima che riempie completamente il nostro chakra. La luce bianchissima appunto entra dentro il nostro corpo e in questo modo abbiamo eliminato la negatività e il karma negativo prodotto dalle 3 azioni non virtuose del corpo, che sono uccidere, rubare e avere un comportamento sessuale scorretto. Dalla sua gola esce un fascio di luce rossa che entra dentro la nostra gola e riempie completamente e si fonde con la luce bianca dentro il nostro corpo. In questo modo abbiamo eliminato le 4 azioni non virtuose della parola, che sono mentire, calunniare, creare divisioni, usare parole offensive, parlare a vanvera e fare pettegolezzi. Dal suo cuore esce un fascio di luce blu che riempie il nostro chakra del cuore, entra entra dentro di noi e riempie completamente il nostro corpo di luce blu. In questo modo vengono eliminate tutte le negatività in relazione alla mente, provare brama, attaccamento, desiderio, provare malevolenza e sostenere visioni distorte. Poi dai 3 chakra Chenrezig fa uscire un fascio di luce bianca, rossa e blu, contemporaneamente entrano dentro i nostri 3 chakra e si fondono in un'unica energia. Siamo completamente purificati, contenitori adatti per poter emanare la luce dell'amore e della compassione di Chenrezig. Siamo contenitori adatti, appunto. E quindi attraverso i pori della pelle emaniamo ancora una volta la luce bianca che va ad inondare tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami che in questo modo si trasformano in Chenrezig e volano nella terra pura nella terra pura di Aknishta. Ok, adesso leggiamo la Paralavajra di Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera il Sakya dalle malattie. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel glorioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel glorioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Adesso recitiamo la preghiera effettiva con grande coraggio e determinazione, essendo sicuri che siamo veramente delle persone che possono aiutare moltissimo gli altri perché abbiamo imparato il Dharma e abbiamo tutte le condizioni che ci permettono di creare luce, di creare felicità, di creare un mondo nuovo, alternativo a quello che sta accadendo, a quello attuale. E quindi con coraggio, con determinazione recitiamo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma, dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescersi sempre di più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa e effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna e che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezioni, soprattutto gli infermieri, dottori degli ospedali, delle case di riposo e del centro di salute mentali, maestri praticanti, maestri elementari, politici che possano prendere delle decisioni subito, molto positive per Madre Terra. E in particolare facciamo una dedica a Christina Russo che sta particolarmente male. Possa tutte le mie vite non essere mai separati dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità di sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana, in tutte le mie vite possa non allontanarmi mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare il vittorioso Losandrapa che aveva la moralità di uno vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi ed ha realizzato lo yoga degli stadi del suprema beatitudine e vacuità, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita? Posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa? Posso il loro karma maturare su di me? Possano tutte le vite maturare su di loro? Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati nel Samsara, posso io dimorare nel Samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente questa virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi, che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del Re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni, gli ostacoli essere pacificati, le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti e dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del viso di Losanrappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manion Hat, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore vivi a lungo. Grazie di cuore a tutti quanti e lascio la parola alla
Grazie
venerabile
Agata,
Yonten.
ciao.
Ciao, Yonten.
Ciao.
Ciao. Bye.
Okay, we do another session now, and we will start with the foundation of all good qualities to revive your motivation. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to them is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly, day and night, takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful, to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the Pratamoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the three types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the two attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. I have become firmly convinced of this. Please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the two stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great effort, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And so with strong bodhicitta motivation, we think, may all of the obstacles to our enlightenment be dispelled. May the pandemic be pacified. May suffering sentient beings find peace and connection with each other, with their spiritual path, with their potential. And we visualize that Chenrezig appears above the crown of all of our heads, radiant white made of transparent light, embodying wisdom, embodying compassion, one in nature with our own root guru. And with awareness of Chenrezig, we add the motivation prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And think in response, streams of white nectar light flow from Chenrezig's heart center down through the crowns of our heads. White nectar light flowing through, purifying, pacifying obstacles, protecting, soothing. And we can add the long Dharani of Chenrezig to the visualization. Namo Ratnatraya, Namo Hayayana, Sagara, Verochana Vuharatsaya, Tathagataya, Ahate Samyak Sambodhaya, Namo Sawa Tathagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be, Namo Arya Avalokite, Shodaya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Mahakarunikaya, Tayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Vate Sale Sale, Prasale, prasale, kusume, kusume, wari hili mili siti sola, apanaye soha. Namo Ratnatraya, Namo Hayayana, Sagara, Virochana Vuharatsaya, Tathagataya, Ahate Samyak Sampuraya, Namo Sawa Tathagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sampurabe. Namo Arya Avalokite, Shoraya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Mahakarunikaya, Dayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Vate Sale Sale, Prasale Prasale Kusume, Kusume, wari hili mili siti solam abanaye soha. Namo Ratnatraya, Namo Hayayana, Sagara, Virochana Vuharatsaya, Tathagataya, Ahate Samyak Sampuraya, Namo Sawa Tathagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sampurabe. Namo Arya Avalokite, Shodaya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Makarunikaya, Dayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Vate Sale Sale, Prasale Prasale Kusume Kusume, wari hili mili siti solam apanaye soha. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Pinyama, Mani Pinyama, Mani Pinyama, Mani. Mani Padme. The prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that Chenrezig, above all of our crowns, dissolves into light and absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind. And we dedicate however many sick sentient beings there are May they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel Bodhichitta that is not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. May the precious view of emptiness that is not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds, and those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the misery of the world. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single happiness, benefit, and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, so you can relax your attention and I'll hand over to the next Venerable. Hey, Damshola.
Hello, Yentin. How are you? Lovely to see you. Thank you very much for stepping in. I looked this morning, I thought like, ooh, the prayerathon elves are back.
Yes. Yes. Is this
much appreciated?
Is this big, huge Buddha statue in your own room, or are you in a tiny, tiny temple-y room?
No. This is. I don't know whether you heard. I moved to Leeds to take on the role as SPC.
Okay.
So this is now my home in Leeds, and I was lucky. There's a small room that I could set up. So it's still work in progress. But yeah, it was, in the other place in Eastbourne, it was much higher up and it was a bit awkward. So, but if it's there, why not? It inspires people. It's great to see. Well, I have to have a look where I put my tankas now.
Yeah, that's always a fun project. Well, I hope to be in the UK in July, so maybe we'll run into each other.
Ooh, I have to email you then.
Yes, we'll talk. Have a nice session.
Yes, definitely. Look forward to it. Take care. Bye-bye. Oh, bless you. That was Venerable Yentin. It's always lovely to cross paths. Because of the time zones, we sometimes meet and sometimes we don't. It's lovely to see that. I've been surrounded now by different down under. Venerable Yentin and Trinley will be back later on as well. So it's really great. And international audience here, have you got there? Lars is in the background. Hello, Lars. How are you? You had a good week of teachings last week. Lars is SPC over in Switzerland, based in Denmark. But hey, that's how you do it. And they were hosting Venerable Robina. So she's coming to Leeds next week. So that's all great. Who's with me here? Irena. Hello, Irena. How lovely to see you, that you're here. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for hosting us so diligently again. Much love. And I think before I switched on, I had a quick look on. Hello, Irena. Lovely. It's always nice. See, we're a little lovely community here. And I think I've seen, because I'm missing a second screen, so I apologize for anyone who's leaving messages on YouTube. I think I've seen Anna, Ginny was there, Fernando, anyone else I recall? I think those three. I'm sure Amanda might be in the background. She sometimes listens in via YouTube. So hello. I hope your arm has fully mended now. So thank you very much to all of you who are visible and non-visible on the systems. You don't always have to show you're there. You know, it's just nice knowing that you're listening to us, either live or as a recording, and we appreciate you all. And we hope that you continue having receiving benefits from prayerathon. So yes, it's yeah, we're nearing in the high 80s now, if I rightly recall, high 80s weekends. So not long now before we've done 100 prayerathon sessions for 24 hours. It's been a long journey, so thank you very much for all your kind support throughout. And yeah, I wasn't quite sure earlier whether I made it on time because I just traveled from the south coast to Yorkshire, so it was 6 hours in the car, and weather turned. I thought, uh-oh. But yeah, it's great when you come back and you make it, although you're just focusing more on getting home than what you're likely to talk about. So, but yeah, I'm sure that you know, when we look at the news, there's enough stuff going on to keep us occupied for many days, weeks, months ahead. Be it the political issues that are going around the world. You know, Russia's talking the familiar line of, you know, this is us always being part of. Here we go again, but there you go. It's, but we have to consider, you know, what we see in the public eye, the politicians that give us an impression about their people. We mustn't forget that even around the world, people aren't necessarily, you know, reflecting what the politicians are doing. You know, they're like all of us, just wanting happiness and joy, being free from suffering and diseases. Just want to be able to carve a living, to support themselves and their family and loved ones. So yes, we have to be open-minded and kind throughout. So on that note, let's do some prayers. As I said, you realize that I haven't mentally prepared much to say, but sometimes that's good. I talk too much at the best of times. So if we take a moment just to reset our focus, and so wherever you are right now around the world, whether you're joining us from the UK, Australia, Asia, wherever in this world, Europe, you're welcome. Whatever your creed, whether you're following the Buddhist path or not, you're welcome here. Whether you're a starter on the path or just curious because you came across this YouTube channel. If you just seen us for the very first time and not sure what it's about, we're following the advice of our Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche to recite Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers and Liberating Sakya from disease for 24 hours every Saturday for the benefit of all other sentient beings in the light of the pandemic. And although the pandemic has been the main trigger for us to get involved in these practices, we don't exclusively pray for these for the pandemic. We pray that all suffering may cease for all mother sentient beings, where they are, who they are, whatever form they take, whatever realm they're in, whatever kind of suffering they experience, may it cease and may they all be happy and reach enlightenment. So that is really the main gist of it. And if you are from a different faith, that's perfectly all right. You don't have to engage with Buddha and Buddhist deities and visualization. Just visualize the deities you're then more familiar with when it comes to it in connection with love and compassion. So we talk about that when we come to these individual meditations. So just take a few moments and take a few deep breaths. Feel the sensation of the breath the air rushing over your nostrils as you inhale. So it takes the path up the nose, around the bend, down the windpipe. It separates to enter the left and right lung. Feel how the air that you inhale reaches the furthest corners of your lungs, inflating them. And then the next inhale, just hold the breath when your lungs are full for a moment. Then as you exhale, just feel how the air takes the reverse flow. The air is being expelled from your lungs, so the volume of the lungs decreases, the air goes up your windpipe, around the bend and out of the nostrils, and the wind rushing across your nose. And just breathe naturally. Don't slow it down or force it to slow down or increase your natural flow of breath. Just nice and relaxed. Think about when you inhale, are you absorbing the calm of this world? As you exhale, you let go of all your worries and concerns. The more settled practitioner, you could also do Tonglen. Think about that we're inhaling all the suffering in this world and we take it on as our own. We're exhaling merit for all mother sentient beings to ease their suffering. When we are settled, we can think about our reasons for being here this evening. You may be here specifically for this this session. You may have been staying on from a previous session, Venerable Yunten, or even before. You may be here in preparation for the next session. You may be here because you're following Rinpoche's advice, and it just fits in with your time scale to be here right now. You may be here because you're going through a rough patch in your life, either directly connected to COVID, where you or friend and family member may have been taken ill, it's recovering, entering the bardo or has entered the bardo. It may also be the secondary effects of this pandemic, job insecurity. With that, of course, come the monetary effects. Can I pay my bills, particularly here in the UK, where they have agreed for a price hike on utility bills for gas and electricity to go up by 50%, which of course comes to shock to many. You may just be fed up with all the bad news that we keep hearing non-stop on the radio, on the TV and everything. We think, gosh, is there anything positive? And it's really up to us to look for the good in this world. We can use our own eyes to see. We don't have to see through the the media's eyes. We can rejoice in whatever community we are connected to, support networks, positive news that may be happening in your local area. Seeing a bird sing, listen to the sounds of nature. Like many of us, when we go through the winter months with the bare trees, not much color around, in the same way we look forward to the crocuses and snowdrops to break through the ground, to give us a sign that spring is coming. Look for the little bits that keep you focused, keep your hopes and spirits up. Think about what luxury it can be that if all we really have to worry about is that there might be just rain and cold, not that we actually live indoors. We have a roof over our head, we have clothes, we have food. Think about all those who don't even have that. And while we may be struggling ourselves in many ways, and to us that struggle is real, again, that little that we may have may be riches to those who have far less than us. Having maybe a second pair of shoes, having the blanket to keep warm. It is easy to feel low and down when we look at those who have much, much more than we have ourselves. That makes us always feel inadequate. Oh, I wish I had that house. I wish I had that car. I wish I could afford that. If only. Why is what we have not enough? The golden plate or wooden plate still can hold your food. A mud hut or a palace can be a shelter. But what is the basic function of the shelter? To keep us dry, to keep us safe. The grander things are, doesn't always mean they're better. The more we have, the more we worry. How can we sustain it? Are people only interested in us because of what we have? Who's trying to steal this from me? Or we become so deluded that we stop seeing the suffering that exists because we're living far too comfortably. Appreciate the things you have. If you have more right now, appreciate that you have been fortunate. But don't cling to it because it can go swiftly as well. As many may have experienced through the pandemic, when business folded due to no fault of their own, but simply because lockdown stopped them from trading, earning the money. And yet throughout the pandemic, we have learned to think of the more important things as well: friends, family, quality time, maybe even discovering new talents that we always wanted to explore and put them into action. Not having to rely on others too much in financial terms or for job security. So whatever your reasons are for being here, this is a safe space. We don't judge you. Don't judge yourself. Just reflect. Rejoice in whatever luxury or benefits your life has brought you. And enjoy the challenges that life may bring to you as well. To test your patience, to test your understanding, to widen your skill set and resolve. And don't judge harshly those around you who may have less, who may have more. Be compassionate to all of them, all beings. If you visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, if you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize the deity in the space in front, above the crown of your head. As mentioned before, if you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion and for all sentient beings. And anyone joining us who is uncomfortable with visualizing deities in any form or shape, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are across the 6 realms. And these beings may be right next to you, or the furthest corners of the universe. The light enters the being's bodies through the crown of their heads and filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and obscurations. Atom by atom, all negativity is washed away, cleansed away, scrubbed away. Even the most stubborn residual stains, smells, tastes are being removed. We can feel the weight being lifted from our bodies. We feel refreshed, we feel rejuvenated. No muffling sounds, no bitter tastes, no bad odors. We can see clearly again. We can move freely. What a wonderful feeling. Not being suppressed by all that karmic weight that we have been carrying for so long. And as we look around, we can see all Mother Sentient beings experiencing the same bliss. And again, remind ourselves that despite their appearances on the outside, like us, these beings do not wish to experience suffering. We all just want happiness that is free from suffering. Not having to worry who might be sneaking up on us, who might want to do us any harm. Not wanting to be thought of, spoken to, or about, or treated badly. Just want to be, as do all the other sentient beings. In essence, we're all just happy, compassionate beings. And recognizing this, we call upon Mother Sentient Beings now to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the assembly. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more. And the purification is taking place more and more, cleaning deeper and deeper, filling us with loving light and compassion. So much so that we begin to glow ourselves, radiating light back to the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings, who likewise exchange light with the Guru and other beings. We all become one with the Guru, we become one with one another. And again, remember that ultimately we all wish to be free from suffering and wish for ultimate happiness. Acknowledging that through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, we have contributed to the suffering of Mother Sentient beings and our own, we make the pledge that from now on we wish to engage in wholesome actions. Actions of body, speech, and mind that benefit not just ourselves, but other sentient beings. Om represents body, speech, and mind in the defiled form, but also in the holy aspect of the Guru's holy body, speech, and mind. And in order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings. And as you purify more and more, you begin to shine brighter and brighter. And as more and more sentient beings join us, collectively we shine brighter and brighter, dispelling more and more of the darkness that is represented by samsaric existence. Mani padme hu, 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 mani padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, mani padme, mani. Oh, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Having acknowledged our faults of body, speech, and mind, and having made the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome actions, having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many Mani mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, ideally at least the duration of these prayers. May we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to remove any obstacles that may arise. Any obstacles that may arise as part of our practice. Any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be restored in good health, and to remove any obstacles that may arise for cures to be found for all diseases and illnesses and pandemics. To remove any obstacles that may arise for those who are about to enter the body or have entered the body to have swift transitions and favor rebirth. To remove any obstacles that may arise for those experiencing hardships to be given whatever resources necessary, so that they may reinstate themselves into a state of happiness that is free of all suffering. If you visualize the Great Mother Tara in this space in front of us, Mother Tara being emerald green in color and light radiating from her body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, entering the bodies, filling with that loving light. And again, Om represents the holy aspect of Tara's body, speech, and mind. Tara liberates us from Samsara. So Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we recite one formala, maybe also dedicate, ask Great Mother Tara to move any obstacles that may arise, affecting the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, and particularly so is the 14th Dalai Lama. May live a long and healthy life. May we continue to be guided by his love and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. Om Dare Du Dare Du Re Suha, 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 Om Dare Du Dare. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Visualize how all obstacles have now been removed. And so let's strengthen the team by inviting the guardians to join us. We are reciting Vajrayana mantra and the Black Manjushri mantra. And if you think about the guardians, despite their appearance of wrathful and ferocious looking faces and other sort of features, maybe embrace them as the friends and family which they are. They've taken it upon themselves to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow. We begin activities that do not harm us and other beings, but also protect us from outside influences. And for Vajrayana, we visualize in the space in front of us a ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani. His feet are stretched out. And he holds a Vajra on the right hand and the snake lasso on the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interference. Again, we have to remind ourselves, although it says interferers, we do not wish to seek destruction of a being. But what we seek to destroy is the motivation for the being to act a certain way that creates harm to others. And through that action, keeps that being trapped in some samsaric existence in the lower realm. So may all those beings be liberated as well. So we recite the Vajrayana 7 times. Vajapedum Padmasvari Pe Nibashinagan Taita Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas Vajapedum Padmasvari Pe Nibashinagan Taita Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas Vajapedum Padmasvari Pe Nibashinagan Taita Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas Vajapedum Padmasvari Pe Nibashinagan Taita Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas Vajapedum Padmasvari Pe Nibashinagan Taita Saurita Vajana Rakshakshas Vajapedum Padmasvari Pe Nibashinagan Taita Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas Vajapedum Padmasvari Pe Nibashinagan Taita Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas. Vajama. So if we visualize now Black Magician in the space in front of us. He has a graceful face, 3 eyes. And in his 2 hands, he holds the scripture on the left and the sword on the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments. And he stands in the midst of a mass of fire. Flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karma, the obstruction, sickness, spirits who previous notes, and dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. And recite the mantra 7 times. Om tam choju su dudu su dumi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam pepe su Om tam choju su dudu su dumi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam pepe su Om tam choju su dudu su dumi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam pepe su Om tam choju su dudu su dumi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam pepe su Om tam choju su dudu su dumi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam pepe su Om tam choju su dudu su dumi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam pepe su Om tam choju su dudu su Misu Ningo la chukala jakam shantam bepe suha. So, having fully prepared ourselves, we have taken refuge, acknowledged our faults, we've taken refuge in the Guru, the 3 jewels. We called upon the Great Mother Tara and we invited the guardians. So we have really fully prepared ourselves and the environment sufficiently. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. 20 minutes. Okay, so we do 6 recitations. We have the time for that, and we do 1 recitation for each of the realms. And if I have a little bit extra time, we do 7th one. I have to have a look how the flow goes. So, and yes, we overlay the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig, a prayer recalled by Thangtong Gyalpo himself from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Kapo. And he recited this prayer for 60 years between the ages of 20 and 80 whilst doing nungnes. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Through the power of bad actions, accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hell. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfections. So now we recite this was the first realm of the 6. So we now recite the main prayer. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graspingness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, they're like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. Separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits at Samsara, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May our beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence, in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bears, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits at Samsara, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by sufferings of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bears, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and may not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Samsara, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just take a moment and think about the three lower realms. The hell beings, they may be driven to interfere, the craving spirits, they never seem to be satisfied. Whatever they get, the little bits they get. Never find nourishment, never find satisfaction. What that may do to them. Thinking about the animals, as it says, right here, whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. So think about animals, that we use either as part of our food chain, clothing, luxury items, research. Then think about all the animals, not necessarily in that food chain that we use, but who still have to worry about their existence when they're out and about in the wild. How fortunate pets can be under the right circumstances, that they're being spared some of all these sufferings. Yet we can see them still twitch their ears, making sure they're aware of what's happening around them. They're very fortunate. They may be exposed to Dharma, and hopefully seeds are being planted for the future lifetimes. Also, when we recited the last one, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Having taken refuge in the Guru and the three jewels, having called upon Tara and the Dharma protectors and the guardians, having acknowledged that through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, we have contributed to the suffering of others and our own, have made the pledge to change. So many of these aspects of these verses are very relevant if we take the time to look at them. Rather than just recite words, take on board what we're actually reciting, make a connection with the text. Okay. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, busyness, and the Buddhas not occur in the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they were been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Lakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, busyness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I nearly thought I lost a page. I forgot that I turned one already. There you go. How to confuse yourself. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, Separate the body from the mind in a means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the keys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, let's take a moment to pause here. So here, if we think about some of the points being made in the three upper realms, in the realm of men, to the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration. Think about what we, excessive partying, excessive drinking, having to keep up with the latest this, the latest that. But again, we're quite fortunate actually in the human realm that we have the opportunity, we have just sufficient suffering to balance of suffering and non-suffering for us to make a change. We can realize what we can do. If we then think about, the aspect of jealousy, it takes us into the realm of the demigods, beings who do the pains of fighting and quarreling, this constant having to keep up, having to be right, me, no, having, this sort of thing, being constantly, absorbed with all this. Although we're fortunate to be in the three upper realms, suffering still exists. We can see, if you think about, all the ignorance aspect and everything that was being raised throughout these prayers. When we think back to the Tara mantra, the explanation, the 8 fears. So these are all the doors that allow us to enter the other realms. And just being mindful of what we do. The realm of the gods. It says here, transmigration and fall. Pride comes before the fall. When we're too busy, when we're too cushy, we don't have to worry about anything. We're okay. As long as it doesn't affect me, who cares? What do you mean? There are poor people. That sort of mentality. So, okay, let's conclude this prayer. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the 6th mantra, or Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So that's what we're here for. So we want to practice the Dharma for the benefit of other sentient beings. We want to develop the bodhicitta attitude, and we want to, so that we can be there for other sentient beings and help them to liberate themselves and lead them to enlightenment. So we have 5 minutes left. Dedications, may we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all other sentient beings. May they live long and healthy lives, be free from suffering and its causes. May they meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the Sangha community, not just their own traditions, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies and giving teachings, carrying out translation works and other preservation activities. May we never be separated from our brothers and sisters in the Sangha. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be separated from virtuous friends. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of the lay community who, through the kind actions, have given their time, expertise, and support in many different ways. also financial means to ensure that Dharma centers, monasteries, and projects can be realized and flourish. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha, the Dharma, and virtuous friends, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by the kindness and compassion and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being in particular for His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. May we count our blessings to be alive and in a human form so that we can listen to and access His teachings. And may we continue to be guided by them in this and all future lifetimes. And may we see Him, His Holiness, be reunited with His people in Tibet in this lifetime. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who, by tasking us with this prayerathon, has made sure that we engage fully in meaningful activities, Dharma activities, to benefit Mother Sentient beings. Has deepened our understanding in this practice and has made sure that we as a Sangha community globally have connected on a much deeper level. By doing so, made sure that we have made connections not just in this lifetime, but also all future lifetimes. And also having connected us with all you who have been listening to us and supporting us on YouTube and Zoom, either live or as a recording later on. May we continue to be in each other's company in this and all future lifetimes and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May Lama Zopa Rinpoche's holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we be guided by His wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhichitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers for His Holiness. Gangrira weke wejing gamdi benande wa malu jengwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso yi shapesi te badu tengyu chi. Lama Zopa. Tubzu changjing yem gen gelwe tenzing gen pelwe kunzo do po te choksong kwe leg mun turu. Padak sok tu jegendu shapten shu. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently. Thank you very much to all the wonderful Sangha for giving their time and support to this Prayerathon project. And without further ado, I'll hand over to the wonderful crew that consists of, thank you very much, Lars, to Juan. Hello, Juan.
How are you?
Hello, Paloma. Hello, Begonia. Hello. And Venerable Kulpa is there. Ooh, are you standing in for... Are you standing in for Fabio? Is he not coming this weekend?
No, he will not come today because he's having a course. Then Begonia will lead the session.
Ah, there you go.
I wanted to say hello to Lars, but he disappeared.
I don't know. You know, they're so quick, those Danes, aren't they? Usually he sits in, it listens in.
Kumpen, how are you, dear?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Good morning.
Good evening.
I'll hand over to you guys.
Okay,
I'll catch up with you a bit later, Kumpen. Take care, everyone. Much love. Bye-bye.
Dancho, see you.
Bye-bye.
Bueno, no sé por qué me tocaba a mí hoy.
Sí, porque Fabio no podía, lo habríamos
Ya, pero
hablado.
me dijo el día 12, no me dijo hoy, pero bueno.
No, pero como hablamos entre tú y yo, quedamos en que lo hacías si quieres, como tú veas, ¿eh?
Bueno, no se me ocurren muchas cosas, la verdad. Pero bueno, pues aquí estamos. El día de hoy que lo tenemos muy cumplidito. Hemos hecho un Thangtong Gyalpo por la mañana, después Chitamanitara. Y ahora vamos a hacer de nuevo esta práctica que es muy bonita y bueno, esperando que tenga mucho éxito porque todavía lo necesitamos. Está todo el mundo pues aquí y allá subiendo las incidencias, bajando. Realmente no sé en qué punto estamos porque es todo como muy cambiante, ¿no? Pero sí que a mi alrededor hay muchísima más gente contagiada. No tienen tantos problemas como al principio, pero sí que están contagiados. En mi familia hay un montón de gente, me han dicho. Así que, y sobre todo, pues un primo mío que el suegro tiene 90 y casi 99 años y hay que cuidarlo y ya casi no queda gente para cuidarlo porque han caído todos. Pero claro, cualquiera se acerca al Señor con esa edad y delicadito que está con la posibilidad de que esté mal, ¿no? De que tengan algo. Claro. O sea, que es un momento delicado. Entonces, solamente para la marcha de las familias ya es complejo. Así que vamos a volver a hacer esta oración para a ver si tiene ya un éxito rotundo y realmente podemos, bueno, plantearnos el dejarle hacerlo, pues porque por la razón de que no haya contagios, así de simple, ¿no? Ya nos pondrá más deberes Lama Zopa, otros deberes. Pero bueno, sobre todo que no tengamos que hacerlo porque haya enfermedad. Y nada, pues entonces vamos a tener un poquito más cuidado en la visualización. Vamos a visualizar a nuestro alrededor a todos los seres, pero como trayéndolos a la memoria y sentándolos a nuestro lado de manera muy especial. A la derecha nuestro padre, a la izquierda nuestra madre y detrás nuestro nuestros familiares. Vamos colocándolos uno a uno, sabiendo pues, cuál es el estado en que están, lo que necesitan, cuáles son sus proyectos, qué obstáculos tienen en su vida, ya sea de trabajo, de familia. Pues un poquito más en detalle todas estas cosas, ¿no? Los vamos colocando a nuestro alrededor y aquellos que ya han muerto, que como por ejemplo mi familia, que todos han muerto ya, pues para que estén donde estén, que tengan una conexión con nosotros y que así hayan llevado esta conexión de Dharma que tuvieron a través nuestro, que puedan conectar con el Dharma Mahayana y que puedan conectar con maestros perfectos como hemos conectado nosotros. Hemos tenido el buenísimo karma y la suerte de tener maestros impecables, increíbles a lo largo de nuestra vida de Dharma, ¿no? Y no solo que hemos tenido enseñanzas pues, por medio de libros o lo que sea, sino que los hemos conocido directamente, nos han cuidado directamente. Cada uno de nosotros pues hemos tenido unas experiencias, pero casi todos los españoles pues hemos conocido a veces los Ansultrin, como el primer lama que vino a Europa, a España, y hemos tenido una relación muy estrecha con él durante muchísimos años. Ha sido como un padre no para muchos de nosotros, para familias enteras, porque ha conocido varias generaciones de la misma familia, ¿no? Y siempre recordaba a todo el mundo, recordaba cuáles eran los problemas que le habías contado, era una cosa alucinante. Hemos tenido la suerte de tener ese lama tan increíble y luego han venido otros, quizá con menos tiempo, como ves de Thangtong, que estuvo en Madrid unos años y luego estuvo en Valencia también, que era un lama precioso. Y bueno, hemos tenido las visitas de tantos y tantos maestros, o sea, tenemos un karma increíble, por lo menos hasta ahora, ¿no? De haber tenido presencialmente una conexión tan fuerte con ellos. Así que vamos a intentar que todos los seres a nuestro alrededor consigan también, a través nuestro y a través de nuestras prácticas, dedicándolas para ellos, pues que tengan en el futuro esta suerte de poder conectar con el Dharma directamente, de seres increíbles y de seres súper especiales, ¿no?
Entonces, pues bueno, recordamos nuestra motivación. Todos estos seres que visualizamos alrededor, después de nuestra familia, nuestros amigos, conocidos, compañeros de trabajo, la gente que más o menos vive en nuestro entorno, y luego ya poco a poco pues vamos cubriendo el horizonte, hasta el horizonte, todo el espacio de seres que no conocemos. Incluimos a los animales en forma humana, en un renacimiento humano perfecto. Y cuando miramos esta inmensa muchedumbre de seres que innumerables, incontables, porque son todos los que puedan existir, ya sea en este universo o en múltiples universos, todos están aquí, pues salta a la vista cuáles que son lo más importante de todo, ¿no? Nosotros en realidad somos un punto minúsculo en la inmensidad de espacio donde todos estos seres pues están en Samsara y están sufriendo como nosotros, o muchísimo más, o de otra manera, ¿no? Entonces realmente salta a la vista rápidamente cuál es lo más importante y cuál tiene que ser nuestra motivación, que es el bienestar de todos ellos, el que dejen de sufrir, el que conozcan el Dharma y que lleguen a la iluminación. Así que todos ellos sentados aquí a nuestro lado son el motivo de nuestra práctica, y visualizamos sobre nuestras cabezas Guru Buda Sakyamuni sentado sobre un trono dorado sostenido por 8 leones, un loto de pétalos que se abren y un asiento de sol y luna. Está vestido con los hábitos de un monje, completamente ordenado, de un bhiksu, color azafrán. Su mano derecha toca el cojín y la izquierda está recogida en el regazo sosteniendo un bol de medios hábiles, de salud y de todo lo que necesitan los seres para llegar a la iluminación. Y tiene el poder de estar absorto en sus profundas meditaciones y al mismo tiempo estar atento a todos y cada uno de los seres que nos rodean, ya sean infinitos, pues infinita atención. Ese es el poder que tiene el Buda, y el poder de su amor, su compasión, el poder es su poder y sobre todo su sabiduría, ¿no? Cubre todo el espacio, conoce cada uno de los seres, lo que necesitan cada uno, en el nivel en que están, los proyectos que tienen y lo que necesitan, los medios hábiles que necesitan en cada momento. Entonces nosotros que presentamos a todos los seres como nuestra primera y única motivo de llegar a la iluminación, necesitamos llegar a la iluminación para ayudar a todos estos seres. Pues con todos ellos juntos vamos a hacer la práctica. Tomamos refugio. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio, tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Sangha. Todos los seres cuyo número es vasto como el espacio, tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Sangha. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio, tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Sangha. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces ahora vamos a recitar el mantra de Chenrezig. Chenrezig es inseparable de Guru Sakyamuni, que es inseparable a su vez de nuestro Guru Raíz, teniendo en cuenta que todos los gurús están aquí representados en esta imagen. Pues recitamos el mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Recordamos muy en especial a los enfermos que están en los hospitales o en su casa reponiéndose de la COVID o de otras enfermedades muy graves, y sobre todo los que están en la UCI, que todavía hay zonas, sobre todo en España, zonas donde las UCIs están pues casi a pleno rendimiento. Entonces recordamos a los enfermos en especial motivo para que mejoren y se recuperen cuanto antes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Hacemos la primera recitación de la dedicación de Thangtong Gyalpo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son productos del karma y condiciones temporales tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero que lleva un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre atemoriza a los seres, como si les colocara en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, buena salud y bienestar. Con la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Vamos a hacer la segunda recitación. Paloma, ¿podrías buscar la alabanza a Chenrezig? Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son productos del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre atemoriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la tercera repetición y luego vamos a recitar la alabanza Chenrezig. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son productos del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre atemoriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la alabanza a Chenrezig. Oh área de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del Samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar, inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con la lágrima de tu gran compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tu mano de compasión a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Ok, pues hacemos las dedicaciones. Si quieres, Juan, dedicar.
Bien, bien, todos los seres que están en Samsara experimentan sufrimiento. Entonces, la dedicación es para que los 1000 brazos de Chenrezig conectan con todos los seres, con todos los reinos del Samsara, pueden alcanzar a todos los seres y ayudarles en el proceso de eliminar su sufrimiento y alcanzar la iluminación. Vale, gracias.
Gracias. Paloma, si quieres dedicar en especial.
Sí, a ver. Que especialmente habiendo encontrado el Dharma, los que hemos tenido esos méritos, que realmente aprovechemos, practiquemos con pureza, diligencia, que podamos ser embajadores de los Budas y podamos extender estos valores a todos y cada uno de los seres, que podamos vivir con una gran moralidad y un magnífico corazón. Y de esta forma podamos vivir en armonía unos con otros y poder conducir a los seres a la felicidad de la iluminación.
Ok, muchas gracias. Dedicamos los méritos también para que esta epidemia cese, para que se pueda controlar o que pueda desaparecer, los que están enfermos y en las UCIs se recuperen. Y todos los que han estado enfermos pues se recuperan sin ningún tipo de secuela y puedan reincorporarse a sus trabajos y a su vida cotidiana normal. Para todos los conflictos políticos que asolan el planeta, tanto en América como en Europa, en la frontera ruso-ucraniana, para todos los refugiados, los que vienen en las pateras que inundan pues, el Mediterráneo, que llegan a Grecia, a Italia, muchísimos, y a España, pues que puedan encontrar una manera de vivir y sobre todo que no tengan que salir de sus países, que sus países tengan la estabilidad política y económica que puedan vivir en sus entornos, ¿no? Que es lo más deseable. Pedimos por todos los maestros, su santidad Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche y todos nuestros maestros que se lanzan, pues para que podamos tener enseñanzas pronto y enseñanzas presenciales y bueno, pues que permanezcan con nosotros muchos, muchos años. Hacemos la oración de larga vida a su santidad. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo bien y felicidad, todopoderoso Chenrezig Gyalpo. Te suplico que permanezcas entre nosotros hasta que finalice el Samsara. Para Lama Zopa, tú que sostienes el camino moral del subyugador, que sirves como generoso que lo soporta todo, que mantienes, preservas y esparces la doctrina victoriosa de Manjunath y que realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las 3 joyas. Salvador mío y de los demás, tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una larga vida. Y en cuanto te dejen salir de Nepal, pues puedes plantearte el atender nuestras invitaciones y venir a España a darnos enseñanzas, iniciaciones y dirigir retiros aquí, que tenemos muchos sitios tan bonitos como los de Life of the Path.
Okay. Muy bien, fenomenal. Gracias, Begoña. Gracias.
Nada,
y Juan.
Palomita. Juanito.
Sí.
Mira, ahí está Tendar.
Hello, Tendar. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yes, sisters and brothers in
Fine. How it was the puja? There were many people in the puja, many sanghas, or what?
Yeah, and 19 monks from Nalanda. So we
fantastico.
count 19, but there were also a lot of lay
19,
people.
19 only.
Yeah, 19. Yeah, but that's only the Nalanda monks, huh? So
Yes.
all other Sangha maybe who followed the puja, we don't know.
Yes.
Some mailed me, but anyway, I asked also the nunnery in Spain and in France and in Italy to do the
Yes.
pujas, and
Yes.
and yeah, otherwise if people do it alone, so
Yes.
or maybe together online on Zoom.
Yeah. Good. We were finishing also another puja that we also programmed for today, Tara Chitamani, and we were almost finishing and you were starting. Then it was not easy to follow. But anyway,
a lot of practice today.
I hope this woman is going better, and also of course for the good rebirth of the Anila, no?
Yeah, but otherwise you do it in the next puja next weekend, you know. So
this next weekend we have course.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, just the next time you do Tara or Medicine Buddha.
Yes. It's going to be several weeks or just next week?
Yeah, but they asked for 108 monks and nuns. So actually they asked 180, and then we said, I think that's not real.
That means that if we don't come all together, then 1, 2, or 3 until at least complete, right?
Yes. The Spanish nuns, they do 3. They do together in the nunnery, and here in Rajapamo they do with maybe 5, 6, and so yeah.
Fantastic.
And then quite some. There were already some monks and nuns individually. They said that they did a puja, so then those also count. So anyway, just try if it's realistic to get 108 monks and nuns.
I understand.
To make dedication to the pujas, and then
of course, that's good to know. Okay, gracias.
Yeah. And then many lay people dedicate as well. So
maybe I can organize something. I will see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Take it easy and take it as it goes. Huh? Yeah.
Okay. Ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye, Paloma. Bye-bye, Juan.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Kunpen. How are you?
Hello, Venerable Tender. How are you?
After many weeks, I can remember your name. I remember your face already.
Complicated name.
But I said, now I have to remember her name because Kunpen, yeah. Yeah. How are you?
No problem. I'm good, thank you.
It's already light with you, or is it?
Yes.
Is it light?
Night? No, now it's 6:30 morning.
Oh, yeah. So not light yet. The sun did not come up.
Sun is already, yes.
Yeah. I see a lot of light, so I thought like, maybe you have daylight again. Oh wow.
Yes, coming already. Sunrise.
How many hours shift you had? How many hours you listened to monks and nuns?
Oh, I just do 2 hours.
2 hours. Okay.
Not, yes.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. So yeah.
When it's needed and longer, but we have our shifts. There's a couple of people, so it's good that more people is involved and they happy all. So it's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there still a puja scheduled for today also in Chenrezig?
Puja schedule?
Yeah, is there a puja scheduled this weekend for you? Yeah. Do you do pujas in the weekend?
When we have, like if there is specific day, like Medicine Buddha, or today is Sambala Puja.
Okay, yeah. Then you follow the moon calendar.
Yes.
Do you know this guy? Do you know him? Do you know him?
And Bobby.
She knows him. She knows him.
And you know me?
All the best to Oz, Australia.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Wow, that's really surprise.
Yeah, I think I disturbed him because I put up loud. Oh, he gets more tea, but he's doing meditation or reading upstairs. So.
So he's with you there now.
He's a student, yeah, and I think in the basic program, yeah.
Wonderful.
We have also some lay students, not so very many, but quite some, yeah.
And maybe soon becoming monk. Hopefully. Hopefully.
With him we have a chance, yeah. I think quite some no chance, but don't think they make prayers for that. But yeah, some are taking that time to grow towards it, take it easy, and take it step by step, and follow their own inner process. Yeah, so that's good. Yeah, there's no pressure, of course, to become monk or nun here. Huh? So it's must be something.
When the time is right.
Yeah, it must be something, an inner commitment. So you cannot force that from the outside. So, but yeah, there's a few who consider, and then yeah, might take after 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. Yeah, yet sometimes people who were 4 years volunteer and then became ordained. Yeah, so yeah.
Yes, some need longer time. Depends.
Yes. Yeah. So very nice to see you again. I was
nice to see you.
Rejoicing.
Have a nice session.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and if you take care also, I sent to, I think, to Ailsa, it's a contact person for Chenrezig Nunnery. To if you can do our puja, the next puja you do, maybe next week or the next weekend, if you can then also dedicate for Christina. We try to get 108 monks and nuns doing this, doing one of the pujas, Medicine Buddha or Tara, so you can choose.
Okay.
So when is one of these two are scheduled, if you can then dedicate especially for Christina, yeah, we do our best to get 108, and then count the number of monks ordained ones, and then if you can send it to me or draw a card.
I see.
The number of monks and nuns, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
anyway,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll try to do my session now. So there's still people, I hope. And otherwise I do alone. Doesn't mind so much. So good evening or good night or good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. And very nice that you participate in this prayerathon for the welfare of all sentient beings in the first place. But particularly we do this prayer for everyone who was hit by the COVID and those who have lost their lives recently. So they are might be in the bardo, looking for a new rebirth. Then there's some people who are sick. The hospitals are full all over the world, all kind of countries. So we do for all those who are hospitalized or have COVID. So there's also millions and millions who are not in hospital. It might be more or less serious that their symptoms. And then there's, of course, still many people hit by this pandemic in an economical, social or emotional way. People lost their dear ones. People feel lonely, are limited in their contacts. And especially in poor countries, people are hit economically, like in Nepal, in India, and some other countries where they depend, for example, on tourism. So the consequences are quite serious, and so we make strong prayers that people have a Dharma mind to deal with these difficulties, and that they get what they are praying for, that they get good rebirth or good health or company or work and income, so that their sorrows diminish. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche advised to do the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. It's a very short prayer. Actually, it's taking only a refuge, then do the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum often, and then there's an actual prayer, and there's a lot of dedications. So you can find the link below the screen on YouTube if you want to do this practice together. There's also the dedication prayers, which we will do at the end. And in between, we will also do the King of Prayers, Samattabhadra prayers. It's one of the most beautiful prayers. It takes maybe 10 minutes to go through it, but it's so fast, so profound, and so meritorious to do this King of Prayers, which often is advised for those who have lost their lives, or people who are on their deathbed, to do this King of Prayers, because it's very powerful and collects a lot of merit for those who we do these prayers. So maybe first we do a short reflection on that we want to use our life. We have a human body and we have this precious human rebirth. We have all the right circumstances to practice Dharma and to make a big step in our personal evolution by using today and this moment in a very precious way, by collecting a lot of karma, broaden up our mind, improving our mind, correcting our mind sometimes. It's part of the path to make corrections of how we think and how we feel. So we have this wonderful opportunity to make this, because with this life we can create our own happiness for this life, for the future, for future lives, even to reach personal liberation and even reach enlightenment. So that means that we want to become Buddha ourselves. So that we want to overcome all our disturbing emotions in the first place, and then enter the higher paths of the Bodhisattva stages and become a Buddha ourselves, and have this strong wish that we want to lead all sentient beings to enlightenment. And for this, we have to go a little bit beyond our own wishes at this moment, our own direct needs and our wishes and our direct emotions, and a kind of the egocentric attitude that we want pleasures and we want to have securities. It's never secure enough. You never have good food enough. It never stops. Our self-concern. So we broaden also the love for ourselves is very easy, but in a certain way. But to broaden it up to all the people who are quite neutral to us, those people we meet in shopping centers, those people we see on television, to broaden our love and compassion up to them, and even to those who create obstacles to us. So to make strong prayers that they get liberated, that they overcome their disturbing emotions, that they overcome their ignorance. So that's even the big love and compassion. And then we have a special intention that we want to develop all our qualities to reach these stages of liberation and then going through the Bodhisattva path to become a Buddha, in order to lead other sentient beings to enlightenment. Because only when we have developed all our qualities, we can even much more actually only complete beneficial to others. As long as we have not developed all our qualities, we are very, very limited in benefiting others. We're quite obscured in our view, in our experiences. So in that way, it's very, very limited how we can benefit others, but it's still very worthwhile to, on our level, to do whatever we can. So at this hour, we will do a lot of prayers and mantras, make connection with all sentient beings. So we can do this by visualizing all sentient beings around us. So in general, we visualize males are on the right side, females on the left side. On the back, we visualize our friends, family members, those in general we feel comfortable with, those who serve our goals, so those who help us to achieve whatever we wish. And in front of us are those who create obstacles to what we wish, create obstacles to our needs, like, and even, sometimes like good reputation, who criticize us very much. So those who threaten our lives, those sometimes also a little bit more abstract, those who have bad politicians who are responsible for the death of many, many people. We can think of, for example, in the past, Hitler, Idi Amin in Uganda, or Fidel in Argentina, Stalin in Russia, Mao Zedong in China. So there have been dictators and who have had so much power, but they used it to destroy their so-called enemies. They have very, very lot of negative karma. And if we should believe the Buddha that bad activities lead to bad future destinations, there's a big chance that they are now in hell realms, which is very terrible. So we also have them in their prayers, because at the end, we want everyone to bring to enlightenment, not only those who are comfortable for us at this moment. So all these sentient beings are around us, also animals in human form, hell realm beings, ghosts, spirits, all in the form of human beings. And then from all 10 directions, so we have many universes. So it's really incredible. It's skies and skies. It's beyond our visualization. So many sentient beings are around us, and in front of us is the Buddha, Guru Buddha. It's actually in His Holiness the Dalai Lama, or Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or any of your gurus who inspire you most, who you feel good connection with, and who brings you to enlightenment, and who helps to bring you to enlightenment. So in the form of Chenrezig, so we visualize Chenrezig, the four-armed or thousand-armed. So we can offer a throne out of respect and to create more merit. So Chenrezig is the Buddha of compassion. So the only wish of Chenrezig is to benefit other sentient beings, help them, keep an eye open for how he can or she can, if your teacher is a woman, can benefit others. And like a mother for children, and has children all kind of ages, it's for every child you can be of another way of meaning to them. If you have 20 children, and they are all different, might have all different needs, sometimes opposite needs. But Chenrezig can offer whatever people long for and wish for. So some people need protection because they have no house anymore, or some people need company, some people need a new human body, or the rebirth in the Pure Land. Some people need good health. Some people need finances. So all these sentient beings around us, be they animals or hell beings or heaven beings, are in human form around us. So we do this prayer on behalf of anyone. We do this mantra, Mani Padme Hum. Then while we do the mantra, we visualize that the mantra is in the heart of Chenrezig, turning clockwise from the mantra. Rays of light goes in all directions, all 10 directions, touching all sentient beings who we visualize around us. So the practice of Thangtong Gyalpo, if you find the link below the screen, starts with setting our motivation that we do this. So we do this 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So many of you might know a little bit what refuge means, to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, but it's also very rejoicing that we take a refuge in the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. So it's so heartwarming that there's many, many other beings also striving only to help other sentient beings to enlightenment. So in our strive, we are not alone. Of course, we can look around us, especially we are in Dharma centers, we have teachers, we are in touch with teachers. Nowadays on Zoom, we can even get in touch with teachers, those who can learn us, those Dharma brothers and sisters. But there's many Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis active for the welfare of all sentient beings. And then we also go for refuge in the empty clarity of our own mind. So the Dhammakaya, so we must have confidence that there's a very pure side in us. There's this potential to become Buddha. It's many times obscured by what are disturbing emotions, concepts, and so forth. But the national purity is there in our mind. And we only have to develop it more and more and diminish our disturbing emotions and diminish our ignorance in order to secure that we never have a lower rebirth again. So we have to be, for that reason, it's very good to be very ethical and practice the Four Noble Truths and study the Four Noble Truths so that we are secure to go out of samsara and develop this. Then when we even remove all our knowledge obscurations and going through the bodhisattva stages, we develop our dharmakaya. We can fully use our dharmakaya potential. So this is so joyous that we have all these conditions together to this practice. So we do this mantra, Mani Padme Hum. So we have here also money wheels. So there's many mantras inside. So every time it turns around, so there's thousands of mantras, maybe even millions. I don't know. I've not counted them. But it's very meritorious to have prayer wheels turning. And then on top of that, we play Lama Zopa Rinpoche on the background. Is guru of the FPMT, and for many people, it's very inspiring to know that Lama Zopa Rinpoche also creates so much merit, and that we feel them close to our heart, that we don't do this mantra alone. Yeah, we do a few alone together, and then everyone can count for him or herself. So we do this about 10 minutes, maybe 40 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. To continue for a few minutes, visualizing very strongly that rays of light go from Guru Chenrezig in front of you, from your root Lama, be it Kandala, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whatever teacher is holiness, goes in all directions to all universes. And if it works better for you to visualize just one hospital somewhere, you don't know the people in Johannesburg or New York or Bangalore or Sydney, wherever it is. So visualize that all these people who have COVID will recover. All those who look for new rebirth get rebirth wherever they are. And then all those who have economically hit by the COVID get finances, and all those who have social and emotional problems get comfort and company. So we just continue strongly visualizing it, and so all these rays of light, the Buddhas are there to help them. So doing this prayer we do our best to cultivate this prayer. It's a cause for a future becoming ourselves, Chenrezig. So we get strong imprints and cultivate in this way the qualities of Chenrezig in us, and we can later dedicate this many. We can dedicate it, like we can spend money on different things, so we can choose that we be very dedicated to. So before we dedicate it to other goals, long life of our teachers and so forth, spiritual path, we do the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. It's in the, if you're new on YouTube, you can find the link to the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer below the screen. The actual prayer we do it 3 times. At one time we can read together, and 2 times I will chant. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 2 times more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of great spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, do not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. Sorry. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power, and be endowed with long life, with health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that was the prayer, Liberating Sakya from Disease, powerful practice from Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So we can dedicate. So we start with a dedication with the King of Prayers. It's a very powerful prayer. So when you open a new fenster and then with your search machine, you look for King of Prayers, FPMT, because there's different versions of the King of Prayers, but do the FPMT version. King of Prayers, the extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samantabhadra and Chen Lam. So King of Prayers, it's also part of the 8 prayers. King of Prayers, extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samantabhadra. I bow down to the useful Arya Manjushri, you lions among humans, grant of freedom in the present, past, and future, in the worlds of 10 directions. To all of you, with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. The energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom of Buddha is numberless as atoms, each amidst a host of bodhisattvas, and I'm confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way. With infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspects of my voice, I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddha to celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers, regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils of parasols, sparkling lights, and sublime incense I offer to your victorious ones. Fine dress and fragrant perfumes and the water powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array I offer to you, victorious ones, with transcendent offerings, peerless of past, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way. I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, or mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, heroes still training of those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained the Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize parinirvana. Please stay with us, for eons numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created by paying homage, offering, and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas take and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all you gone to freedom in the past, accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas, surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath the Bodhi tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas, perfecting the practice of a Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of God, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world free of karma afflictions and interfering forces, just as the lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by Bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a Bodhisattva, and practice ardently into all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless, pristine wisdom and positive potential. Or one atom, I shall see Buddha fields numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among Bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening, perceiving this in all directions, and dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair, so I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the friar tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, and future lines among humans, and with the power of delusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, find a perfect peace. May achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicles through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, but the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds. May I free an ocean of beings. May I clearly see an ocean of Dharma. May I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom. May I purify an ocean of activities. May I fulfill an ocean of aspirations. May I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas. May I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere, in order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas. I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate, just as a skillful Samantabhadra with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions, and pure Buddha fields, I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity, may actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach the limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and endowments of infinite worlds and 10 directions, and one may offer during eons, numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration, a longing for highest awakening, gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the bodhisattva way will be free of all lower rebirths, free of harmful companions, will quickly see Amitabha infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and of all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly to the noble body tree, sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and return the great wheel of Dharma. Have no doubt that complete awakening is the fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, holding in mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the bodhisattva practice. In order to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest by all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness with the attainment of the bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception, for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus in this joyful land, the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create fast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions with the 1,000,000,000 emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even the small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer with the bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samantabhadra deeds, may all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wanderers in samsara, through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samantabhadra's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. That's a very powerful prayer. So then we go to the dedication prayers. There's also a link below the screen on YouTube. You can find the prayers, and I think we start on page 9 in this document, extensive dedication prayers. So we do in English and then in Tibetan. So first, I want to actualize bodhicitta, the great compassion, and even beyond, that we not only have compassion for all sentient beings, including our enemies, but also that we have this special intent that we want to bring everyone to enlightenment. We want to develop our other potential. We are not satisfied with only the capacities we have now to benefit others. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Jancho zamcho Rinpoche ma ke pa nam ke gyo chi ke pa nyam pa me pa ye gong ne gong du palvar shu. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, and by me, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings in the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart, in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. May the precious view of emptiness not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. So we want to realize emptiness, the utter wisdom. We want to be very wise people and get rid of all our ignorance. Toni da varin poche ma ke pa nam ke gyo chik ke pa nyam pa me pa yi gong ne gong du palwa shu. Kode rang chin ju ta me pa dang yu tri tendre lu va me pa ni. Tu me drop su cha wa yi lu dru kung dun to pa jingi. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory, and to realize the 2 stages of the path. May the precious realization of the 2 stages not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Then, of course, for a long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who is Bishop Filin Jewel on this planet. So it's so precious that His Holiness is there, so we can rejoice so much, even for all the teachings he still gives to certain groups, especially in the Himalaya, but sometimes also at the invitation on Zoom for specific groups. Like I saw recently one for people who are working for the police in London. So then His Holiness gave specific teachings for about 70 or 80 colleagues who were all from the police department, could ask specific questions. And it's so fantastic that so many people can make connection with a living Buddha. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish granting wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Chikan kan dia bande malum agam le chung ben sa pe yin chinum kadrin zu meten sin ya zum and also for His Holiness wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Jagna pe moten sin yatsum la selva zum teden dun drum shum. Then we come to the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subdues moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. O Tum Ju Chan Chin Chang Gen Yao Wim Chan Chin Chong Pal Wei Kun Zi Dok Pon Chin Chok Sum Kur Ve Lek Man Tu Drum Pa Dak Song Du Je Gan Dun Shap Ten Shu. And for Lama Tsukapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsukapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Then may we be able to meet, practice, and actualize the teachings of Lama Tsukapa. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And to be like Lama Tsukapa in all our future lives. Glorious Guru, whatever your holy body, retinue, lifespan, and realm, whatever your supreme and beneficial holy name, may I and others become exactly like that. And for peace and happiness to prevail in the world. So we dedicate to all world leaders, may they use their wisdom and compassion in their decisions, and not think only about their own interest or for only their country's interest, but have a broader view, what is the people's interest. We are all very dependent on each other. So we need good leaders. And so may they have wisdom. May all politicians on this world have altruistic minds, thoughts, motivation. And peace and happiness to prevail in the world. And everyone who prays for peace and happiness to prevail in the world never experience consequences of war and war situations. By the force of the praises and request made to you, may all diseases, evil spirits, poverty, and quarrels be calmed. May the Dharma, good fortune, increase in the regions in which I and others dwell. So of course, we think also especially of the situation on the border, Russia and Ukraine. So may peace stay, may there be stay peaceful, may not escalate. Also in other regions on this planet where there's wars going on, in some African region, Arabian region. So and also in our countries, maybe have, it's sometimes very difficult to stay peaceful with other people's opinions. We see many times that people are very upset with other people's opinions. So we do this practice especially for the COVID, but also for these discussions around COVID can also evoke many unhappy minds because other people think differently than them. So may everyone stay peaceful, whatever opinion we have, whatever position we take in discussions. We have the power to stay peaceful, whatever people think. And of course, sometimes we are obscured with our own opinion and think this is really the best one. Right. So, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected with me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, famines, diseases, global problems, all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be stopped immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's heart. May their generating loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. May the Buddha Dharma, from where sentient beings receive peace and happiness, last a long time and spread in all directions. May all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And to be able to please the virtuous friend. Just as always crying one followed Chupak, without being distracted by my body, life, and enjoyments, may I please my holy guru well, and never displease them for even a second. And for all the sick, so I talk about COVID, but also other sicknesses, problems, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigrated beings never occur again. So we take also some people who are asked specific dedications in our consideration, like Christine. She is a lady from United States, somewhere between San Francisco and Boston. So she lives in the United States. So she has chronic since 2018. Problems in her underbelly. This whole area is very painful. So since she has this problem since 3 years ago after a failure operation, it's very difficult to stay positive. It's very easy to get depressed. So for her to find good health. So I think her full name is Christina Russo. She's 51. So may she heal from this pain. May the pain be released. May her body, mind to be healed. May the suffering purification of a particular karma ripening be finished. And may the merit she has created through her virtuous actions result in happiness in this life and in all future lives. And then so she not meet difficult situations again and have only taken refuge in the triple gem. And may she always be guided, protected, and inspired by the Guru triple gem. So special dedication. So also one monk in Israel is hospitalized, so also for him. And anyway, we had many special dedications, but I have not all the names here together. We had Thupten Paldren. She's a nun from Taiwan, so she passed away the 31st of, she was 70 years, died of cancer in Taiwan. So may she also have, a good rebirth. Yeah. So, and then the mother of Venerable Tekshok, she's in Germany. She passed also away last week. I lack the name at this moment. So thank you so much for being with us. I think I'm now 1 minute over time. Damchu is the next one.
Hello, Brother Tenda. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry being a bit over. That's perfectly all right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Sorry to hear about Tekchuk's mother. So, but yeah, she wasn't well for a while, was she? Poor.
Yes. Yeah.
But it is what it is. But unfortunate. But yeah. So send him my love when he's back.
Yeah. So. Thank you. Yes. And also, but actually, one extra dedication. It's for a guy. He's. I'm looking for his name now. Mikey Ray or Mike Ray. He was helped the Amitabha Buddhist retreat center very much. He was neighbor and friend of the monks and the nuns there in the Washington state. So he passed away 2 nights ago. So also for his good rebirth, Mikey Ray. So he was neighbor, friend, and he helped to make some retreat huts. So we can rejoice in his all his merit he created this life, and may also our practice contribute to finding a very, very good rebirth, the best circumstances to continue his spiritual path. Anyway, finish.
Oh, bless. Always on duty. No, bless you. You look really well, may I say. I think, you know, having had the chance for you to do the retreat, you know, having lightened your burden of responsibility and doing more personal practice, it really, you know, is showing. You know, you seem much more refreshed. And
today someone said that I talked with 2 others for 15 minutes, just a bit about maybe becoming monk and conditions for that. And one other said, like, she did not see me talk normally if it was not about Nalanda, or things which have to be done, which have to be organized, or worries on my face.
Yeah.
Avoiding sometimes eyes in order to get more problems, more in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, my lifestyle is now that I'm just a normal monk. I do my practices for 2 hours a day. I work for 3 hours a day. I do in between things for Nalanda. I go to the pujas. I go to the Nalanda activities. Then I see what I can do dishes, and sometimes talk with people. So have a kind of relaxed monastery life. But if I count the hours, it's still very satisfying, but it feels like holiday when you have been an workaholic.
Yes,
it feels like lazy.
and I think that is really true for you, because you know when you enjoy being busy, and I know you did, you know, having known you for a while, and you know that is sort of is tricky when you're then in that role. Oh, you do that a bit longer, just to get things done. But it's really nice to see a bit more, you know, at ease, you know, and really sort of radiating, you know, more happiness.
I have now more time to reflect also on my feelings and to work on it. And then when I see a bird happy and then try to adapt Dharma into it, it's a little bit more creative life at this moment.
Yes.
Yeah. And we have I have excellent follow-up at Nalanda. The Tachin is such a good director together with Kalden. They are very good team, and it's really amazing, like the professionality so yeah, I'm very happy how the things develop here. And this morning we had a board meeting, so it's very nice. We try to develop a vision for the monastery and what is next, and what are we going to do this year, what are we planning for next year. Yeah, and the community, how do we want with the monks, what do we want for the monks, what do we guarantee to the monks, what do we have of programs, what is kind of careers for the monks, and which buildings comes first and later. So yes, that's so nice.
But it's sorry.
No, I finished. I can rattle on for some time. So
no, bless you. No, but it's really, no, I have to say it's really nice, because I know that you want to make sure that everybody is all right. So, but it's nice to see that there's some time for yourself, and it's really doing you good.
Any news from Leeds?
Leeds, yeah, I am in Leeds. And so of course
coming?
She's coming next Friday.
Oh, Friday.
So, yeah, she's we got she agreed to lead Lama Zopa, which is good on Friday, and then she's doing the evening talk. Then we have her for the weekend. So this week I'm going to be busy making sure that everything is all right. That we
imagine that next weekend you don't have so much time to do a session.
I find ways. Don't worry. I mean, Venerable Rubina is still doing her session. So, you know, if she can fit it in, I can fit mine in somehow. You know, before, after, or in between. We work something out, you know.
Don't do too much, eh? So
no.
Yeah, maybe I take one extra next week for a weekend for you, and then you can do one less.
Oh, bless you. All right. Yeah. No, but it's good. So yeah, I was very lucky. So we have Zambala. I've just been down to Eastbourne, so I just got back today, just before my first session this evening, and so I got a white Zambala for the center.
Oh,
so I managed to source one. And
did you have it at home, or did you find it?
I found it before I went back. So you know, in my little treasure trove where I got all my wonderful, like this lovely Buddha behind me. So yeah, I was very lucky. So it only seems to be doing the right things without much effort, so which is great. And then we got of course I have to I'm sort of did the general outline for the program for the next few months ahead, so that has to be completed by the end of the month. So I got the skeleton version ready. And then of course you have always the opportunity to put spontaneous sessions in. So I might have one or two visiting teachers coming up, or to be revealed. One I might have hooked this evening, so we have to have a look. But it's a big thing going on, and but now that everything is settling my end a bit more, it's more time to focus on what needs to be done on the ground. And it's definitely very fulfilling. And
I rejoice.
Yeah, it's just getting around that, getting your head around all the tech side, moving stuff around is one thing, but remembering all the passwords and what's on what system and where's what, and update this. And so that is the thing that takes probably the longest. But once that under the belt, everything is fine. And then but we continue with prayerathon. It will always remain one of my priorities, and maybe the other bit as well, but we discussed that near the time.
Okay.
Tender.
Have a good night.
You too. Sleep well, and
so
keep on smiling.
Yes.
So
really... Australia, thank you so much.
I think we got Werner Kumpfen, haven't we? Anyway, how come Kumpfen hasn't signed in yet? Yeah. She likes to usually join the picture. No, thank you very much, Tender. Much appreciated. Okay. And
all the listeners.
I'll see you next week. Okay.